Alrighty, welcome everyone. We've just got one apology from Councillor Piddington, who oversees, and we'll kick into our day of LTP workshops. Exciting stuff. Get us into it, Steph.
Thank you, me and Nigel. So, today we are LTP workshop number 2. So the topics we're going to focus on today are unpacking a bit more about the significant forecasting assumptions, why they're important, what we had in 24-34 LTP, and what the direction of travel we're going to take into 2027-37 LTP. Then we'll do an update on financial strategy, a quick update on infrastructure strategy, and then there'll be a conversation around engagement and consultation for LTP. So, significant forecasting assumptions, what they are and why they matter. So the assumptions, or the significant assumptions that underpin the LTP, generally will have a financial impact on the 10-year plan. So the reason we have these assumptions in there, the confidence we have in the assumptions we put forward, the risk associated, is so that we can, let the community know where we still have uncertainty around our plan. These are quite important, specifically ones that have, a need to have a significant financial, what's the best word for it, provision within our budgets that will allow for us to respond to any of these assumptions eventuating if they're ones that we don't particularly want to eventuate, such as significant weather events. So what the law requires, we must identify the significant assumptions. We must include assumptions about the life cycle of significant assets. So those assets will be identified through asset management plans. The funding of the replacement of those significant assets, and just being quite open and honest about any uncertainty that sits alongside any of the assumptions. So what we make assumptions about in LTP 24-34, we grouped our assumptions under the 4 headings up on the screen. So that was population and growth, operational assumptions, any external factors, and then the key financial assumptions. So there are things like inflation, interest rates, returns on investment, those sort of things. So generally, we have 2 tiers with the assumptions. So we have corporate, the organisation-wide ones, and then we have activity level specific ones. That's things like the NZTA funding that our land transport team will receive.
Steph, will this come through in the activity management plans or the asset management plans where we've done a district plan that may or may not last a number of years depending on spatial planning, and we've gone, these are our areas of growth and we expect them to be developed, because I feel like that's what was missed last time, and then these are the costs that we need to plan for that development?
Yeah, so with the population and growth assumptions and not relying completely on Stats NZ census infometrics data, the work that Rationale's doing, and we'll talk about this a bit more later, but that will give us, I think, a more defensible data set, I would say, about where the population and growth will eventuate. It will have alignment with the district plan. Aaron is involved in that work stream. But yeah.
It actually manifests itself in the term that Elliot uses a lot, demand. So it's actually, and I think demand is different to growth, because demand is, for me, more around your current assets and what's being put on them in terms of delivery, whereas growth, in my mind, is probably brand new stuff. Yeah.
So yeah, with these groupings, we are proposing to take the same structure through to the 27 LTP. However, we may need to adjust the structure slightly should another significant grouping of assumptions emerge through the reform. So how do we assess the significance of an assumption? So it is significant if it has material effect on any of the following headings, which is any material effect on our revenue. That could be new sources of revenue, losing particular sources of revenue. That for this particular plan, that will likely be the move from financial contributions to development levies program. So that will be a significant assumption. Any material effect on operating costs, whether that's significant spike in a cost that we know is coming up. Any material effect on our ability to finance future CapEx and OpEx. So that will likely come in with rates capping, should that eventuate. That is going to limit our ability to fund future capital potentially. And then any material effect on any assets owned by the council. So that could be, say, anything related to climate. And then we have overall service delivery. So the material effect on council's overall ability to deliver intended levels of service to the community. Any questions on any of those?
Are you getting, the Department of Internal Affairs, are they cutting you any slack over this, knowing what's coming up in the next 6 months or a year? Do they just say, no, you do carry on as normal and you just, that's the law? Or do they say, look, let's compromise here until we know what's happening with amalgamations and everything else?
At this stage, the law is the law, and we are progressing on the assumption that we will need to have an LTP adopted by 1 July 27. Yeah, it's tricky, particularly with a lot of the reform decisions creating challenges with when things are also due for the likes of audit, for consultation. We're potentially going to get further direction from Cabinet on any Head Start proposal in May, once we've already consulted. Yeah, it's tricky.
So to be honest, if we don't end up with an LTP and an audited LTP, the work we're doing at the moment is no regrets, because some of the systems and the thinking is actually maturing.
I agree too, because it sets everyone up for forecasting what's in the future for all councils, so everyone has a good picture of what's coming up, what's into the future, so when amalgamation commences, everyone's done the work together.
Steph, just a technical question. Do we have a definition of materiality? So when we go a material effect on operating costs, is that 500,000? Is it $1 million? Is it one, and the same with revenue, is it a percentage of rate increase? Like, how do we define that?
It's probably your first assumption.
Exactly, but I don't think we've ever really defined that.
Yeah, so the sector guidance definitely helps with materiality, and also audit will have their own materiality threshold. And then we also have our significance and engagement policy too. So we would probably start with the matrix that's built into that, and we will be reviewing that policy with this LTP. So there's really 3 areas that we can pull out what we consider material, and we'll unpack, I guess, the assumptions further in the strategic planning committee.
I think that would be useful, because otherwise we're just taking a guess on whether we think something's material or not, and whether there's a degree of risk and things like that. It's just a guessing game otherwise.
Yeah. And also just back to Councillor Harper's question about, doing all this work. Essentially what we're doing is getting the organisation match fit, so all of the work streams that feed into an LTP will directly enable I mean, I like to talk about it as if you're in private sector. You wouldn't merge or acquire a company if you didn't know how they operated, what they costed, what services they offer. So it's really, yeah, as the Chief Executive said, it's a no regrets exercise. Yes, there are probably some things I would focus on a little less if it wasn't an LTP, but as a whole package, yeah, it's definitely beneficial for the organisation, particularly for the next 3 years. Yeah. So our existing assumptions, as noted, we're using the 2024-34 LTP base as a starting point. We're going to walk through the structure we've just talked about: population and growth, council operational, external factors and financial. So just general questions to keep in the back of your mind as we work through it. Do these 4 groups still cover significant areas of uncertainty? Perhaps they do, perhaps we need to add another one or split one out. Are there assumptions that should be elevated, removed or split? We've put some suggestions in some of the assumptions, and where do elected members see the highest uncertainty going into 2027-37? And I think we all know the answer to that, but something else also might come to light. So this disclaimer slide, I will come back to it if need be. It's basically the work that we're doing on assumptions is based on current boundaries, populations and service responsibilities. If we were to try and crystal ball gaze too much, it would make this exercise impossible. So for the purposes of today, we'll just focus on our boundaries, knowing that there are officers in the organisation working with officers from the likes of Mackenzie, where we're looking to where we can align. So, population and growth. In the past, we've always generally relied on census data and Stats NZ data. We've found that it has not been what we needed it to be, which is why we engaged Rationale to undertake a program of work to get a better understanding of our district specifically, and they've been working with us. We had a really great session with them on Friday, where they ran us through where they're up to with the model that they've created. It was quite interesting, the discussions they were having, saying, oh, why does it dip here? There was one instance in Pleasant Point where I think it was the number of people travelling to Pleasant Point or moving out of Pleasant Point for work, and it aligned exactly with the year that the high school closed. So it's them giving us the data and us giving them the context, which is quite interesting. So yeah, really looking forward to receiving the final output for that work. In that work stream, there will be, the output will include a low, medium, high growth projections, and that's where we come to council and say, looking at this, what do you think is the most realistic for the district? And then whatever model council agrees to or endorses, that those are the assumptions we then start feeding through all the other work streams. So you guys will be part of that discussion when we receive that final model. Any questions on population and growth or thoughts? Cool.
If we get this model from Rationale, and everyone else around us is using Stats New Zealand, will we be out of line, or will?
Yeah, so the model still pulls data from those sources. Okay. It's just a bit more mature, I don't know, district specific. Yeah.
With regards to that, do you think that we'll do sort of multiple growth assumptions? So like, yeah, because otherwise it'd be good to know where the growth areas are as well. So, you know, if it's Geraldine versus Pleasant Point versus, or Timaru, because could be the key focus for demand or infrastructure. So how do you think that will get broken down?
Yeah, so that's something.
Slides, I've jumped too far, okay.
No, that's
Did I?
okay, and it's a good question. So in the Model 2, they do have area specific, going down to SA2, which is statistical area 2 under census, so that goes down to quite tight boundaries actually. Yeah, it was quite interesting to look at. So yeah, can be area specific, which will also help with the likes of asset management plans, because they'll be able to see, okay, in this area, this is what the projected growth looks like, this is what the constraints are on our existing assets. Then you can form some demand assumptions around that through the AMPs.
And sorry, just to note, I haven't read this because I had to work late and I've been at work since, so sorry, Mr. Trainer, if I missed the 4 slides in front, but just letting you know I haven't read it.
Steph, so when we do that population modelling, will Rationale look at other service providers like schools and the health, the hospital, and what they model as their population growth as well? Because I would hate to think that in a district we're modelling this and the local schools are modelling something else, or the hospital's got some other, just as a sense check.
I think the local hospital's not doing this anymore. They'll be doing it either regionally or nationally, and they 100% rely on Stats New Zealand. And probably for them the biggest change is demographics and deprivation. We are going to meet with Alpine and look at what they're doing, because we want to try and align what we do, what Alpine does, and what the water entity does, so that we're actually aligned. Yeah.
Well, we know that that meeting that Education had, where they pulled in all the principals and everything, that they were gobsmacked, just like we were, in terms of Stats New Zealand, saying this is what's going to happen to you, and we, as I said, this is what they've been saying for so long, and it flies in the face of the actual reality. And schools can tell you a significant amount about your community in terms of where the weightings and things are. So.
Yeah, so I think that sort of leads into the government direction on spatial planning too. It's about understanding where everything is and trying to pull everything together so that we can actually have coherent regional, and then obviously those regional will feed into national plans to make sure that we are doing our bit for our communities.
Just on the use of data, can we check, because there's Stats NZ, there's the numbers, and then the Social Investment Agency has Regional Data Explorer tool, which has up-to-date data as of December. How it works, I don't know, but that entire agency, everything they do is around looking at the data and deprivation, etc., and finding a solution. And they show us at close to 52,000. They show Ashburton at close to 39 instead of 37. So it would just be interesting to know where their stats come from versus the stats that we use.
Yep, perfect. I made a note of that.
Investment Agency is a regional data explorer tool, so it breaks down across many metrics. But they're the probably best agency within the government using data currently. Yeah.
Bill English that really started that.
What was it, 2016 election, was it? Yeah. But anyway, we can talk about that over lunch. Yeah, I think so. I don't think any side... What's that? Yeah.
They actually renamed it.
Okay, so demographic change, we saw snippets of that on Friday as well. The data is not a surprise. We do have an ageing population and it is forecasted to continue in that direction. So that's about how do we look at the services that we offer to the community, how we offer them access to council services, whether that's us going to them or them coming to us. What do our facilities need to look like to accommodate the ageing population? So yeah, that was another interesting one, but not a surprise to see the trends.
Yeah.
Just out of interest, when they, absolutely agree with that assumption, obviously, but what about the transfer of generational wealth? Does that get factored in? Because a lot of ageing people and a lot of money.
Yeah, for us it's probably more around service delivery rather than the wealth transfer. I do listen to a few podcasts about that and it's quite fascinating. But yeah, for us, for this LTP, it's probably more around the services and understanding where these groups of people are moving to. We looked at really interesting data in Geraldine, looking at the demographic of people moving in and the trends to that. Obviously, they have really good rest home facilities in Geraldine. Yeah.
The tricky part with that demographic, and I think everyone misses it, is that it's in the next 5 years you're going to get to the peak and then it'll start coming back down again because the baby boomers are nearly getting to 65. And then once they get to the baby boomers, yeah, so am I. I'm one of the youngest, but what I'm trying to say is the baby boomers, as they peak, then it starts coming back down again because they start dying off and the generations to replace them are not there. And that's not modelled well enough. And when we were in health, that was one of the reasons why we, in this district, we actually had the policy of ageing in place because there was a risk you're going to end up with a whole bunch of aged care facilities that ultimately will be not needed. That does need to come into the thinking going long term.
So my research into this firstly is that the population shift, and I presume that rationale will be sort of all over this. Our population growth is not significant, but there is still demand for things like new housing and new services as sort of combination of what you said, as those older people move from older housing into smaller, newer housing, or maybe newer. So there is, it's not necessarily a population growth. It's a demand change that we need to be right over. And it's not just in things like housing and roads, it's also in community services and health.
Yeah, so another thing with the demographic and then the next one as well, which is the household change, yeah. So with older people moving into smaller homes, we may have capacity in the network, which is great, but we may need additional connections, which still puts a demand on the network, even though it's not about, say, the amount of water that people are using, it's actually about the connections to the system. So there's different types of demand drivers with household changes. So yeah, it's about understanding what those trends look like, what potentially, well, at the moment we have a little bit of say on it, but feeding into the spatial plan, where do we see the need for these additional smaller houses to be built, and making sure we're lobbying for our communities in that respect. Any other thoughts on household change?
I'd just like to say that being a baby boomer, that as the CE pointed out, as the baby boomers drop off the perch, as they say, unless we attract more new people to the district, it's more than likely that we'll have a shrinking population. Logic tells me that, unless we bring in new people, because we're not going to be replacing the baby boomer numbers with the next generation. So I think that's something. The other thing with regard to housing, I just want to say this, that yes, older people move out of their homes into smaller apartments, but the homes they move out of become available for the other people. So just be careful that I just don't see a great need for a lot of new housing, except a unit and apartment block type, urban living type, not so much family homes. Because I've sold houses for people that moved into units and that, but that house became available for first home buyer, second home buyer that was already here. And so what I'm saying is that yes, there will be demand, but I don't think it's going to be as high as we predict, or we may think, because of the population lack of growth, unless, and this is my big issue, we start attracting more people to this district, i.e. through increasing jobs. Because it all comes back to that, I believe.
Yeah, and that actually feeds into, go back to the demographic change. So looking at where our population growth was occurring the most, based on the data that Rationale had, it was actually external migration. So it was from outside of New Zealand coming to Timaru. We know that birth rates are not positive against death rates, and the internal migration was lesser than what external migration was. So that's also something to be, I guess, cognizant of when looking at how we deliver services to, is understanding the cultural diversity in the district as well, making sure that we are catering and being inclusive to a more diverse population.
Steve,
Yeah, Carol.
on topic, but a slight diversion. Where are we at with the Towards 2050 strategy that VT developed and then was going to come back to council? And is that coming back to council? When are we going to review it, and how does that fit into this? Because we need to make sure they're aligned.
Yeah, so I'm not across that particular work stream, but we did actually talk about the Towards 2050 with Rationale on Friday as well. And it was, okay, so we might have a low, medium, high growth model, and then we'll also put in the Toward 2050 projections too, to see, okay, if we want to get to there, what are the roadblocks? What are the things that are stopping the district getting to those aspirations? And how do we manage that in the context of what local government can do versus how do we engage with private sector and other organisations to enable those projections to happen. But yeah, I'm not across when...
So at the moment, the 2050 is on the back burner. We don't have the resource to do it. We're busy at the moment putting LTPs together, annual plans, and also Head Start. This work will inform 2050. If we do this really well, then you've got a much better foundation of which to springboard from.
I just hope we're utilising that information, because it just is frustrating that we've got the city-town plan, we've got the Bay plan, we've got the Towards 2050 plan that we seem to do and then do nothing with. And how do we bring all of those into this long-term plan?
Well, it gets down to what your dollars look like and what your borrowing looks like.
And I know that those plans are not all for council to deliver either. They could be community aspirations, but I would hate to have a long-term plan that is totally at odds with some of these other plans that we've ultimately funded either directly or through VT.
They could be at odds with them. They may not meet the need going forward. Who knows?
It's effectively the intervention element that we didn't get to on that environmental scan day with Rationale, isn't it? City Town, we did the work, but actually we pulled out the budget. That effectively is an intervention in its own right. So it's still sitting on the table. It could be brought back for LTP. And then there was all those other things, wasn't there? There was hotel, there was whatever, what was, and that comes down to money, some of that element. But I think you're right. I think we probably need to redistribute that doc as well, because it's pretty much done, was it? Was it finalised? Yeah, well, yeah. So we can, I think just bring it into the thinking. If Rationale's looking at it, then I think we just bring it into this process. It sort of makes sense.
There is activity happening on the south end of Stafford Street. We've got to think that through. And
Yeah, no, totally.
I think that's starting to...
Yeah, that's intervention stuff, Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it doesn't always have to be money. It could be council putting resource. It's a little bit like someone asked me yesterday around, they were confusing an economic theory and urban regeneration. But anyway, the point was, when we started the City Town, we had a guy come up from Dunedin and presented around the south of Dunedin what they did there. And basically they just had council, just one key council person that people could go to make it relatively easy for sort of development. So some of those sort of things aren't hard. I think they might have done some, rates, remissions or, pause through that period as well. But it wasn't, game changing as far as getting that stuff happening. I think it's just more that people know where to go and that the opportunity's there. It's just have that one point of contact. It's not rocket science.
Yes.
Weaver, on that note, also what the development that is happening in the CBD. There's some good things happening as far as the town housing and all that sort of stuff, and they're just people at the right time in the life. Probably some of that succession thing that you talk to and giving a little bit back, and I think we are starting to see that. So in 10 years' time, I think you'll look back and go, well, actually, CBD is not so bad because there's been a lot of town housing investment.
An interesting migration, though, isn't it? That the George Street through to Church Street, part of Stafford Street, is basically full now, whereas the next one is the one that's losing the tenants. It's quite fascinating, and that's to do with rentals.
And that's the reality cycle. I mean, don't have to tell the real estate agents this, but things need to become a price point for other people to trial and give things a go, and one end of the street's too dear versus the other end of the street. So, yeah, it just the market does play a fair part in development. And that south end that's probably changed hands a lot more. You've got the likes of Sean and others as far as the landlords who are probably prepared to take a little bit less to get things moving.
Cool, and just going back to your point as well, me and Nigel, about how some councils have, a dedicated resource that people can just go to. I think what the workflow, losing my voice, the workflow and cost structure program and building that service catalogue will help to identify any gaps or where we can slightly shift what we're doing to get a better outcome too. So that will, I think, all help into those sort of conversations, which will be great.
Councillors, I think just to be aware, when someone is coming to us, I think we are doing that quite well now. The likes of Paul is often the contact, but we're wrapping, the full team around them to move things forward. So I don't think we're missing in that space at the moment, but it might be. It's probably some, people that come through the wrong door, if you know what I mean. The front door is not always the best door.
So moving on to 1.4, in 24-34 LTP, we had bundled in economic industry and employment growth all together, but it actually lends itself towards perhaps splitting out a more defined demand assumption, which will tie in better with the population and growth section. That is probably a missing bit at the moment. In LTP 24, we didn't have consistent population and growth assumptions, which meant that the demand assumptions through the LTP also weren't really coherent either. So working with Elliot, Aaron, and the likes of Susie to figure out how we can build on the work Rationale's already doing and look at more activity-specific assumptions that will help inform the demand side for those activities, which is only a good thing for investment prioritisation.
Assume, Steph, that Rationale will look at all of the industry development that's going on and make some assumptions on population growth based on that. So when you think about what's getting spent at Barker's, Clandyboy, Studham, all of those kind of things, and go, what will that mean for our population growth, apple orchards? I assume they take all of that into account.
Yeah, so I think that's probably where, once they've built the model, it's about the officer engagement and providing the context for Rationale to understand, the district-specific things that are going on. Even the conversations we had about historical stuff, it was, oh yeah, that was the closing of Pleasant Point School, or, oh yeah, there was heaps of irrigation schemes built around that time in that area, or that was, the Fonterra expansion. That could have been why a whole heap more employment was heading that way rather than coming into Timaru. So yeah, I think that's more about officers engaging with the model and providing that context, and also having that forward-looking, I guess, viewpoint of what do we know that's coming up that's potentially going to shift this. Yeah.
The tricky part in all of this is understanding efficiency, because like Barker's, my understanding is that their production is increasing, but they're needing less people to do it, and that needs to be thought through in all of this. Like Country Calendar on Sunday, there's a farm there. They had 300 staff in their heyday, and they're doing exactly the same stuff now, and probably doing it more efficiently now on a handful of staff. So we're going to have to think all of that through in terms of how do you actually lift employment while you're becoming more and more efficient. And that's going to be a real trick for all of us, I think, going forward. Throw AI on top of it, you throw technology on top of that. Whoa. I mean, the tractors now that are actually self-managing. Yeah, well, I don't watch that, but anyway, you know it can happen. You set up the coordinates and the lines are perfect.
But even simple numbers as, the number of dairy conversions that are happening or that are consented for our region, and, times that by the number of houses and that are going to be on those farms, and, making sure we factor all of those things in.
Yeah, we did talk about the, I think it was the dairy conversion consents that ECAN has, I guess, approved. I don't know how that works, but approved at the moment, and about how we get a really good collaborative knowledge sharing with ECAN leading up to this work stream, to make sure that we understand where they're seeing the growth, so that then we can cater for it too and actually have cohesive infrastructure planning. So yeah, it is a work in progress, and it is about building those relationships. The old saying, you should have 4 cups of tea before you start talking business. And I think it is, yeah, we're probably at the first or second with a few organisations, and probably closer to the 4th cup of tea with a few of others. But yeah, a lot of officers are, breaking down those silos internally for a start, which is great, so we can get our projects coordinated. And then, yeah, trying to build those relationships outside too with partner organisations. And particularly on this one, I've said it before, but I will be knocking on Mr. Davenport's door to say, excuse me, sir, please help. What do you know that we don't know? How can we make sure that we are building this assumption right? Because it is the knowledge and the data that they have is quite critical to getting this assumption right.
Just to add to this, a lot of work's already going in this space with Aaron and Elliot with development and growth, and have already connected in with Mr. Davenport, and building up an evidence base of demand assumptions and what have you is already identified as a priority for the Development and Growth Committee, because it doesn't just inform this, it informs your spatial plan and what have you, and those opportunities then that industry sees and is looking for, and in terms of asset management plans, the infrastructure that would support that will all feed into this. So the work is already underway from an internal point of view, and working with officers for their asset management plans to ensure that they are taking demand projections into account, not just historical very low growth.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more, Councillor Shannon. So any other thoughts on this particular one, or you're happy for us to proceed as we are at the moment?
I think one of the other things in this, and it's not necessarily, well, it is linked to growth, and that is once we get our spatial plan and actually start challenging that, because I have a view we have a number of businesses that are in completely the wrong place, and they're actually preventing the best use of our infrastructure to be used. And that plan might need to be thought about and have conversations about, should some of them be relocated?
It's down in the middle of Hornby now, but it's never going to shift. It'd be lovely if they came down to Seadown, that would be great for us, but it just gets too hard, or too expensive, sorry.
That's the conversation that's going to be had, because if you've got a trucking yard and it's sitting on top of our industrial waste, why is it there? Why can't that be somewhere else?
Council has done that work. There's a report that it was on, I can't even remember what it's called, but a full review of Washstrike, Red Ruth, all of that. Those areas were done less than 10 years ago, saying what businesses are where could there be collaboration, who was in the wrong places.
Steph, a question just about you talked about a rationale creating it sounded like a population model. Is the economic industry employment, is it all part of the same model, or is there a different part that's dealing with the economy rather than just the population?
So there will be elements of it in there. The economic data is a bit easier to grab. VT actually do a really great report, which is where I pulled quite a bit of information about GDP and stuff for this particular slide. So we probably don't need to duplicate that effort, because those data sets already exist, and like I say, VT do an update to that. Can't remember if it's 6 months or quarterly. Yeah. So yeah, that can add context when you read those sort of things together with the population model. We're never going to get a model that has absolutely everything in one spot. I would hate to think how big a spreadsheet that would be. It would be terrifying. Yeah, but there are different things that already exist that can give context and be read in conjunction with the population model to help with forecasting.
Concern really, not really concern, but around the economy and the industry, it's much, much more dynamic than population, okay, and so this needs to be more flexible, but, and much easier to say, well, actually these assumptions, or whatever you want to call them, are now changed. Well, they could change tomorrow, whatever Uncle Donny does, you know, so, so I just really, so there is still some sort of way to take some inputs from, maybe VT's doing that, to put in and say, this is what it really looks like over the next 3 to 10 years, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And it also helps feed into the activity-specific planning too, like the asset management plans. Where do we understand the demand may be changing based on, you know, is there expected to be new industry going somewhere that's going to require a heap of trade waste? You know, how do we ensure that we've got provision for that to help enable that sort of growth? Yeah. Holistic planning.
But you know, it has to be able to be changed much more frequently than other assumptions. So, yeah.
So this one here is the most difficult one, council political structure. I don't think we need to spend too much time on this. It's all very up in the air. We're not really sure what we're going to look like yet. We'll likely have some more certainty, I think it's September, anyone correct me, that we'll get an indicative, I guess, approval from Cabinet that they like our proposal. So this will be here's what we think it is right now based on what we submit. It will likely be that we may have to change that assumption come September, and then potentially May, I think it is as well, where we get direction on the detail. Is that right, everyone? CCOs and shared services. So in the 24 LTP, we had CCOs and shared services or joint arrangements together in one assumption. We're proposing that we actually split that into two this time because we will have the 3 CCOs and all the shared service arrangements that exist across food and liquor and all those sorts of ones too. So we think it might be beneficial to split them out so that they're not confused with each other, and just to get a bit more transparency too.
That's great, but actually, when we say a third CCO, it's actually, we still only have 2 CCOs and we have a water entity, and it is fundamentally different to a CCO. And we're going to have to make sure that we actually have those assumptions separated. Like the water entity, while it's at arm's length and is heavily regulated, it's nothing like the other 2 CCOs. And also, we're going to have to think hard about the assumptions of how we bring our growth assumptions together. And the same with the Lions Trust, because I think that it is so fundamentally different.
Yeah, so we can structure these any which way. It doesn't have to be straight CCOs and shared service arrangement, because with the water entity, there will likely be a short to mid-term shared service arrangement back to council for some back office functions as well.
Because I can see a time when actually the power to actually facilitate growth will sit with the water entity. More that I can see the point in time when the water entity actually is the one that's the leading in terms of growth, because they really will be the ones that are actually putting the infrastructure in. Because you know our part is actually probably less relevant than water, I think, but I could be wrong. And it needs some real thinking.
How do you anticipate that CCO is going to work in, so with the LTP? I mean, do they have their own LTP?
Own strategy, their own water strategy.
Yes.
It's a 30-year strategy. And that's real key. That one's so key.
But they still have to deliver on our statement of expectations, which will come out of this LTP, I would expect. No, this is an LTP. Yeah.
Yeah, so the way it's structured is we have our LTP, they have their water services strategy, which is essentially the water and wastewater LTP. Then we have stormwater, which depending on where that goes, if it moves to the entity, it will be included in their water services strategy. If it remains in-house, then there will be an in-house water services strategy for stormwater. Areas where there is expected to be cohesion are the infrastructure strategy, where we don't duplicate the information that they've got, but we need to reference, well, we can, but it would, yeah, I would say we need to reference what their high-level plans are for the 30 years to understand, once again, cohesive infrastructure planning and investment decisions and making sure we are aligned on where we are investing.
Mine was, sorry, is just the spatial plan is the key to it, because that is what is going to unlock the infrastructure demand for water. So water won't come first. That spatial plan on identifying areas of demand and growth will be what the water will work towards. They won't come first, I don't think.
The assumption is around the corridor management. And to me, that's going to be quite a focus for council in terms of managing the corridor. And that's what Elliot talks about a lot, because the corridor has your data, your water, your lines are going to end up in them, and so forth and so on, and also the footpaths and roading. So that's going to end up being the key, and it's going to have to be quite a well thought through department that is actually neutral to LTU, water or whatever, because it's going to actually have to make sure the whole thing is held together to get efficiency in terms of when you're laying stuff.
I don't understand what you're trying to say there. They should be the same, but all that infrastructure in your corridors is owned by completely different entities.
Yeah, it's the fact of when an entity goes in and replaces their infrastructure, there's always debate about who fixes the top layers, the road, because a lot of it sits under the road.
Or footpath.
And that's where the planning's got to be really well done, because you don't want several different entities going in and doing their bit and digging it up all the time.
Isn't that
and
what
that
we do?
needs a lot of coordination.
Isn't that what we do now?
No, it doesn't exist at the moment.
Well, it didn't when I was involved in it. Yeah.
You name who the corridor manager is.
Well, it is us.
Yeah.
We own the footpaths and everything, so we own whatever that surface is. We own the water infrastructure from the boundary to the road, all those things. So,
But they're going.
They all coalesce, and you
They're
need to
going.
know. Yeah. So when you do it, and you do it before you dig, and have to understand where the services are and all those sorts of things.
How many times around this council table do we go, why are they digging the road up again? You hear it a lot. And that's where the coordination and the assumptions on that is going to have to be really well done.
I was just going to say, depending on what decision may or may not get made next week around Alpine, we may want to revisit this whole assumption on what that may or may not look like going forward as well, mightn't we?
Yeah, so this is one of the ones I see, because we have tasked Strategic Planning Committee to draft those letter of expectations to the CCOs. I think it would be really helpful if we unpack this quite smartly in that committee to understand how we're going to frame up this assumption, along with the shared services too, because that's going to affect the water entity. How we frame that up with their operating model is yet to be decided too.
We probably need that on August's agenda, don't we, to start thinking about those letters of expectation. Yeah.
Any more questions, thoughts, comments on CCOs? Cool, so shared services. At this stage, we don't know of any shared service arrangements with other councils that already exist that will be changing materially. The only thing, like mentioned previously, is the potential or likely interim shared service arrangement for back office functions with council until the water end is set up and ready to go. Any other thoughts on that? Perfect. Levels of service. So this one in 2024-34 LTP, we had noted that service level increases may be initiated by increased community expectations or demand. So we had in there that service levels could go up or down. It's more likely that, I don't want to say that they'll go down, but they may change in the way they're delivered due to financial constraints. And also we probably need to include in there an assumption around regional council functions too, should we absorb some of their activities that they do that we would potentially end up getting. That could also be covered under the simplifying local government assumption, which is further in the slide deck.
I was going to say, haven't we made an assumption of no change, which we all know is not right, but otherwise we can't really progress forward. So doesn't that kind of contradict that assumption?
Yeah, it does a wee bit, but with the regulated groups having been released and system improvements bill progressing a lot quicker than potentially some of the other reform streams, that may give effect to that one a bit sooner than others. So it might be seen to be that it's obvious of the direction of travel. Why haven't you got provision for that in your LTP? So yeah, hopefully we get some sector guidance on that one, because that one's quite tricky. Because any assumption we put in here, we need to quantify it financially and then show how we've given provision to it to minimise the risk to the organisation. So that's where it gets a bit messy.
Just going back to the levels of service here, I felt like any mention of an increase was just setting ourselves up to fail, even if we're saying there's more likelihood of a downward pressure on levels. I would have thought. Yeah, I would have thought static or a drop in levels of service.
Yeah.
Given financial constraints, it's the only way we can move forward. So I wouldn't even have the word increase anywhere in there, to be honest.
So isn't the whole focus on rates capping is to actually lift efficiency without dropping levels of service? And that's what we should be aiming at, surely.
I agree. I just don't think we're dreaming if we think we're going to increase levels of service. Yeah.
If you look at our land transport, we will not be able to put in that additional funding. So that would drop our level of service. That $5 million is gone under a rates capping.
Land transport is an interesting one too. When you're looking at, for example, to reduce the cost, so reducing the level of service, for example, traffic islands. So in order to replace, say, plantings in a traffic island and replace it with concrete is a larger expense in the short term in order to realise a longer saving and a low level of service, and how that's accounted for.
I think that's where the assumptions around capital versus OPEX is crucial, because there are a number of things that, they get mixed up, whereas capital actually isn't level of service. Capital is actually putting something in place that could last 100 years. And we've just got to be careful there. And then it's really understanding the OPEX that capital item created. And that's where the real money is.
I also think we need to be careful about static, because as demand for our services changes, We don't just want to carry on providing the same level of service if nobody wants it anymore.
Yeah, one other thing for this is a level of service may be required due to regulation or legislative changes too. So I would hesitate to pull increase out completely because it may be out of our control. Yeah, that would be my only caveat. Any other questions or thoughts on level of service? This will probably flow a bit easier once we start bringing through the service catalogue work, the activity management plans. Cool. Resource consents.
Can I just ask one more question on that? So with the officers preparing the asset management plans, are they working towards a rates capping model, or so what is their, what instructions have they been given towards that?
So they haven't started their financial modelling section yet. What they're doing is making sure that they have really good confidence in their data and their evidence bases. Once we get some of these key assumptions heading in the right direction, they may tweak a little bit. Then we'll be able to advise them, you know, this is roughly the inflation. We're waiting on some sector guidance on some of the, like the bill reports being updated. So some of that sector guidance in there will be really helpful too. So yeah, once we've got a direction with some of these, they'll be able to then model their data and figure out where, you know, potentially renewal peaks might need to be smoothed, that sort of thing. Resource consents, disclaimer on this one, I did the left-hand side, Erin did the right-hand side. So yeah, this is about, although Erin did most of the tweaking on the right-hand side, it's more about the consents that council holds in order to be able to do the work that we do, rather than the consents we issue to external parties. Happy to take any questions, Councillor Burt.
It's, I mean, the obvious one is, you know, what are the big consents we hold that fundamentally go to our ability to deliver functions for our community, and what is the expiry date on them? That's the key. And what, because there's so many things in there, you know, with regional council going, what does that look like, and who's going to be the compliance management function for that, and all those sorts of things. Change of government, I don't think will affect a lot of those things, but yeah.
Yeah, so
there's two parts to it, isn't there? There's the consents that we hold for work we do, but also resource consents is the complete opposite. With ECAN going, we're going to be doing all the consents, and the planning environment's meant to be such that the number of consents are meant to reduce, but they're going to be done in a one-stop shop. So there's two sides to this.
yeah, so this one has quite a lot of uncertainty around it with the planning bill and the natural environment bill, and then weaving in simplifying local government. Yeah, it's quite a tricky one. And Erin has been frowning a lot. But yeah, this will probably be a watch and wait one. We'll put in our best assumption for now, which is any key consents that we know we've got coming up. Like we've got Red Roof landfill, that's probably the first one that comes to mind. That's a big one. Yeah, we do have a consents register. I have seen it. I can't recall where it is, but I know it's somewhere. Staffing levels and accommodation. I'll let the Chief Executive talk to this one. But just reiterating that accommodation is the site's ability to accommodate the staff, not housing.
I think there's major change here, isn't there? No matter which way you look at it. So there's major change with the water entity, there's going to be major change with Head Start and or backstop. So I think we're going to have to be really smart about how we keep our people engaged and actually valued.
Mr. Trainer, when are we likely to sort of see some of the staffing impacts that fit with the water CCO? So what's in your plan, sort of time frame for that?
So in the year to the 1 July 27, we have to get our water staff across. You also need your regulatory people. And then the big conversation is going to be had in the next few months about, are we providing shared services to the water entity in the short term while it gets on its feet and then works out what its structure will look like and how much of that they take in-house and how much of that remains shared services. So it's too mature. It's too premature at the moment. We've got to get the CE and the directors on board to really look at how they want to manage that going forward. But it is the next year to 2 or 3.
Can I just say, sorry, I think it would be fair to say it is an assumption that with the staff heading to the water company next year, that there's potential for major reshuffling here too, because we could find, depending on what the C's just outlined on shared services or in-house, that there'll be underutilised staff left behind. So the assumption for me is there's going to be quite a significant change, bigger than probably we may initially thought. That's just my gut feel.
That's why I think the shared service function in the short term needs to go hand in glove with Head Start. Because you will eventually having to relook at your new entity, whatever it's going to be and whatever it's going to look like, and that has to go hand in glove with that, I think.
And at what stage are we going to make this decision? We seem to be keeping it at arm's length around stormwater. Everywhere else I see and from other councils, they're all talking 3 waters.
So effectively, the Elliot's leading the document there in terms of the legal and what is required, and that's coming to council. I think it's in July. It's either July or yeah. Actually, when you start looking at law and you start looking at the stormwater function, it's actually quite complex.
The biggest problem is that in stormwater planning, all this, they are assumptions, I suppose, about what is the ability to withstand events, that were traditionally 100-year events and everything like that now is out the window, and most councils know that they're massively underfunded if they had to suddenly sit up and meet the requirements of our climate change, if that's what it is.
And when you start, like what Elliot has already shown us, is actually the functions of the stormwater that go to the water entity is only a subset of stormwater. It's actually the urban stuff, whereas a lot of that stuff that we're talking about in terms of events is actually, it's all of us, not just urban. So it needs to be thought through.
One work stream that is going to significantly help this is that workflow and cost structure activity, which is going to unpack what staff do what activities to support water and wastewater services. So then we can quantify that and understand if we're doing a shared service agreement, what are we going to expect in return from the water organisation, or what FTEs would help them be more self-sufficient. I know the customer services team have tracked over a period of time to understand how much of their time goes into responding to or facilitating response to water and wastewater events. So there's quite a lot of good data already sitting in customer services. It's more around identifying, finance, legal, people like myself, how much time do we put into those activities to make sure that we have sufficient resource for them when the time comes.
You do need to add more into this particular 2.5 because Head Start's going to have to come into here or backstop into that assumption rate realm. And to me, if you're going to do this really well, the plan is going to have to be really, really top notch.
Yeah, so probably I'll just give you one wee bit of information and then I'll let you all have a break because it's quite a lot to digest and everyone probably needs a wee cup of tea and a walkabout. So normally when you're doing forecasting assumptions for an LTP, you might have one or two that have significant uncertainty. This time it seems like every single one we look at, we've got uncertainty. So these will need to be revisited time and time again probably as more information comes to light. Things like, we'll get to them soon, but the financial assumptions, some of those are a bit easier because it's your Bancorp, it's your bank rates, things like that. Some of the sector guidance we'll get from the likes of Burl, those ones will be pretty good. But yeah, last year we had a big uncertainty around water because the legislation hadn't been finalised at that point, and we had a big one about the theatre. This time, pretty much every single section we're going to be revisiting as we work through. So yeah, on that happy note, you can all have a wee break for 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back. So, strategic and significant assets. This one is probably one of the easier ones to sort out because it is underpinned by evidence in the asset management plans and then aligns with our significance and engagement policy, which is also evidenced by the asset management plans. So this one's a little bit easier to have a bit of certainty on moving into LTP development. Any questions on those? Cool. So water services, like I said earlier, this was one of our big uncertain high-risk assumptions from last time. Our proposal is that we remove that for 24-34 LTP because it will just duplicate whatever we put in for the water entity. Forecast costs. So I'd like to change the name of this so it actually reflects capital. I think it's confusing because further down in the financial section we've got costs as well, so I think it would be good to just make it quite explicitly clear that this is forecast capital costs. So the biggest change will be that likely the capital program will be renewals focused, moving into the new operating environment with a little bit more financial constraint. We will have less of the theatres, stadiums type of projects and more of the giving effect to the proposed new purpose of local government, which is good quality local infrastructure for current and future communities. Steve?
I was just going to say, I felt this was more just timing. Even if we didn't have rates capping coming, we've kind of done all of those big projects and we would be focused on renewals going forward. So I just feel like we're not, whilst I agree with what you're saying, rates capping would have to be more focused on renewals, I don't think that's a driving factor behind us focusing on renewals, and I think we should reflect that.
I think potentially this has got to be split into two, the CapEx versus the OPEX. Because whilst the rate cap is a constrained your OPEX, it doesn't necessarily mean that CapEx is constrained, depending on what the business case looks like.
Because we've got a big chunk of change sitting in depreciation that should be able to fund your capital moving forward, actually, yeah, you're right.
And if your business case was some big thing because of demand or growth, it should stand on its own feet then.
Yeah, I think one thing to bear in mind too, though, with the financial constraints is your ability to A, fund the interest and B, pay down the debt. Yeah. Yeah. But your capital program will drive that additional borrowing, so it's about managing expectations for the community.
It may or may not.
No, it shouldn't, because it should be within that window of depreciation effectively.
Yeah, which leans into that conversation around renewals focus, so we actually shouldn't be borrowing much more, which will drive the interest and the ability to pay down debt and all those sorts of things.
So if you're in a really good regime of revaluing your assets and you keep your depreciation up with that revaluation, you should then have enough funding to do the renewals, and then anything that is new should be business case based. And there should be revenue and costs associated with that to actually demonstrate that it's actually a good investment. And that's something that I think we're getting better at. So I think it needs a wee bit of thinking, the assumption here.
The end of life of assets, so understanding that program of end of life, because that's your depreciation.
Yeah, so that kind of feeds into the conversation around the capital delivery assumption, which is about ensuring that we're choosing the right projects, phasing them correctly, ensuring that we have sufficient resource to deliver the project, whether that's availability of contractors in the district, materials, all those sorts of things. And that kind of comes into that, which I guess underpins the forecast cost capital, which is the one we're looking at, ensuring that we've got really good evidence base to support the project, develop and design the project well, and then give effect to this assumption.
I guess the one big extra capital spend we've got coming up is our cemetery. That is not a renewal.
Not on the same scale, though.
Depends if you go with the plan that was presented here or if you just go with a few trees.
Yeah.
It might be a stupid question, I don't know, but if we do have new asset valuations, obviously that potentially drives an increase in depreciation. I'm assuming that all has to fit within the cap still.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Because the days are gone. The days have gone where you manipulate your valuations to actually get your bottom line right. And you've got to actually probably do it more regularly so you don't get shocks.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? Otherwise you are going to, every second or third year, you're going to be closer to your cap because of, so it's to spread it.
So that really should be built into our financial...
Yeah, your financial assumption, you should actually probably, without doing a valuation, lift the values yourself using some sort of matrix and some sort of, and then every 3 years you actually go back and check that you got it right.
Will we actually do that for this long-term plan? Because I think we should be on the buildings.
We should be, yeah.
Yes.
And that is actually driving quite a bit of this forecasting and assumptions.
So are we actually going to get them valued, or are we going to do a desktop valuation ourselves? Because that work will need to get underway if it isn't already.
At the moment they haven't. They're doing water right now, and then next year they're doing LTU. But you need to also align with that, do our own desktop and be lifting it ourselves.
Correct, but I'm more worried because they're kind of, done on a regular basis. I'm not so worried about them. It's the buildings that we haven't done. And if we're going to get this right for this long term...
Buildings at the moment, we've got a policy that says it's a cost.
I agree. And if we're going to change that and actually account for our depreciation properly, and if that's going to require external valuations, we need to be engaging those people now, because otherwise we won't have the information in time for our long-term plan.
Yeah, but at the moment we're not doing that. We're at cost.
So when do we make the decision? So what I'm trying to say is, if we're going to do that, which I think we should, when do we make that decision in order to be timely so we can get the evaluations done in a timely manner?
So it's a chicken and egg. Do you want the valuation to get the quantum of the problem, or do you want to actually?
We can't be putting our head in the sand. We need to understand the quantum of the problem, and we can't be doing a 10-year forecast and then in year 2 go, oh, now we might do that. I feel like we need. Surely somebody can work out a desktop, but with enough real estate agents around the room, surely somebody can work out a desktop, to go, how big is this problem?
Can we depreciate off desktop? Or do we need it?
As long as within the materiality level of the audit.
Yeah.
So.
If you're increasing, it's...
Yeah, and to me that's quite prudent to actually do that. And they should accept that.
Yeah.
It could be that we do the desktop, work out how big the problem is, and then go, actually, we'll do the proper valuations in year 2, and then start depreciation properly from year 2 or year 4 or whatever it is. But you're right, first of all, we need to know how big the problem is.
for our assets that we're currently revaluing, we should do every year, we should have some sort of average increase ourselves, and the buildings are a different beast.
No other questions or chat on that one? Cool. So these ones here, we had a single reform assumption last time. I think it gets too messy if we try to keep all the reform channels into one assumption, because they will each have different, I guess, financial and resource requirements depending on what happens with them, and it's easier to update each reform program in isolation and then check the other ones that link to it. So if everyone's happy with that approach, we'll take nods. Perfect, thanks. So simplifying local government, this is our Head Start proposal, is probably the next big thing that's going to link in with this. Ideally we won't get decisions from Cabinet any later than late September, otherwise it makes it really difficult for financial and infrastructure strategies. So if anyone has any pull up in Wellington, please use it.
So just so I completely understand, in September, if we've put in a proposal and the government goes, we're going to accept your proposal, then we're going to work frantically on the detailed plan. So if we know in September that proposal's been accepted, do we then change the assumption in here and do a long-term plan based on that?
It depends how much detail we put and how much feedback we get back from Cabinet on their in-principle approval.
Long-term plan could end after.
I think it's quite tricky, because in October 28, if your Head Start is accepted, there's this assumption that you're going to have a new council with new councillors. And from September 27 through to October 28, there's a lot of work needed to get a act sorted to actually to resolve to remove the current councils and create this new one. And I'm not sure they're going to have time, because I'm assuming that they'll go, yes, that looks good. Now, we want your detailed plan, because your detailed plan surely will be the basis of the Act, wouldn't it? So someone needs to get a timeline and go, does this actually work?
Yeah, it's not, if it was just councils and no regional council, it's not easy, but it's easier, because we're there for the same functions, what we do for our community. But so unless they're going to bring some detail as to how they're going to transfer the responsibilities of ECAN into a unitary and what that looks like, there's not enough time to get all that detail, not enough time to know exactly what that looks like and understand what those functions are.
Perhaps if we end up putting in a proposal, perhaps we put that as our proposal, is that these councils will only do a long-term plan till this point, and then, and then we'll have a long-term plan for the combined councils going forward. Maybe we put that in our proposal.
But to be honest, if there is a new entity and there's new councillors, those councils will be governing probably 4 discrete old entities until they're actually done their transition planning.
And they probably need to look at that model back in the 89 where they actually put in transitional boards. Yeah, and that needs to happen again.
We actually need to talk to that in our Head Start proposal, what we think should be, transitional, what that looks like. And yeah.
So there's a timing, which is what you're talking about, and then, somehow grappling with the metrics associated with that, and how that would go. But I think that transitional whatever is going to have to happen while the existing councils still operate.
I'm thinking out loud here, but so if our proposal goes in and gets accepted in September, surely we can put in that this is how we think the planning for all of the individual councils should work, and it could be we do a 2-year or 3-year, whatever it is, annual plan, a 30-year infrastructure strategy, these asset management plans, and we don't do a long-term plan, and we'll have that answer by September, won't we? And then we can pivot our resources to the new,
100%.
which is where they need to be.
Yeah, 100%. And I think they will give some relief around LTPs, but we should be talking about all those things as well. Yeah.
We should tell them what we want. That's what they've said.
Yeah, agree.
And pivot audit just to the infrastructure plan.
Yeah, so just for everyone's benefit, this is the plan that's in my head that would make things a lot easier. So we would do a 3-year LTP. In that, we would have some assumptions that would lend themselves to whatever that transitional arrangement looks like from the 28 election. Then, when the new council gets their feet under the table in 28, they've got essentially a year and a half to allow those councils to still function independently but start building the LTP towards the 2030 LTP. That way we'd have a transitional time for, say, 12, 14 months, but that new group of councils can just let the operational BAU continue with that last year of that plan and then build the 2030 where, they'd start with their new strategic direction and vision and actually build the LTP the way the recipe says to build it, not the way we're building this one. That's my plan. Hopefully other people in the sector agree, and maybe we can get some reprieve to focus on a 3-year plan. Yeah, as with all my plans, they come with the caveat at the time of writing. So once again, splitting this Local Government Water Services Act, I think we can pretty confidently remove this section of that reform assumption out for now, unless anything comes up that's very strange in the next wee while. RM reform, this is probably the one with the biggest what-ifs, because we're still really light on detail from central government. We have our subject matter expert, Aaron, keeping a very close eye on what's happening there, and we will just adjust this assumption as more information comes out. Any thoughts on RM? Cool. This is the one I keep refreshing about 4 tabs on my web browser for DIA, legislation website, Parliament, and Beehive, just hoping we get that exposure draft that was promised early June. It is now the end of June and we still haven't received it, which is a little bit frustrating, because that would give us a bit more certainty around particularly the activities that are going into the groups, so we can set up the financial model with our best guess as to what that's going to end up looking like once it's all passed through. So this one's a little bit frustrating, but I know there will be people in Wellington working very, very hard trying to get it done. I checked the order paper for government today, and unfortunately this has slipped back down the list again. It was up to 7, down, so yeah, it's very much a wait and see. Rates capping. This is the other one that we're still yet to receive any more detail on. We can tell that by the other reforms and the changes and the priorities that are being made in the legislation, it is lending itself to this coming to fruition, but it is still very light on detail. Sector guidance is aim for 2 to 3% fair rates increases. If you get 4, it's a bonus. And yeah, we'll create the financial model with that assumption in from now. It's achievable, but yeah, it still will be tight. But yeah, once again, not much more certainty I can give on this one. Anyone have any thoughts on those? Happy to have them split out. Cool. Climate change. So this is another big one. And yeah, we need to give effect to it. How we give effect to it depends on what the risks are to our district. So there's not one, I guess, generic assumption that everyone in the country uses, because every district is unique and the climates and the challenges are unique. So we'll be talking to Troy about this one. He's got really good data from a lot of different sources. We'll need to understand where the significant assets are too, because that will feed into this as well, to understand what the risks are and therefore what the financial provision needs to be should a big event occur. Yeah.
Understand from Troy too, in the 3-year period, what the extreme weather events were.
Yeah, so those ones were, yeah, I think extreme is probably.
Well, that's what it says. So our assumption from the previous one, there will be an increase in extreme weather events. So it would be good to understand what they were, noting they're an assumption.
Yeah.
So we can help inform the next, like.
Yeah, for sure.
You know,
yeah. And where they
I
might
can't think of
and,
one. This is where I'm trying to go. So what did it cost us?
Yeah, our biggest ones in recent times were probably the flooding.
Which was prior to that one.
Yeah.
There was Rangitata, and then there was the one that went through Farm Road and out of the Irari as well a year later. So it's 2019, 2020 or something. Yeah, or maybe 18, 19. No, I can't remember.
Yeah, the sea level rise is probably the one that is creeping up that we don't really take much notice of.
Funny, and we've got a few. Well, we've got a few issues around that. We've got our hut communities. We've got our Caroline Bay and the assets down there. Dump, Petiti Point. There's quite a few that we need to have a think about. And I was also not so much climate change, but when we do the 30-year infrastructure strategy, that's got to include a replacement dump, surely. Why not? Well, that has to be an assumption then. Yeah.
Yeah, so there needs to be options within the asset management plans for the activities to look at, okay, in the 30 years, what significant decisions are we likely to have to make, and what are the options known at this time of how we would address.
And that's why it is important to have relief, because Ashburton use Cape Valley as an example, so you've got different, different contracts and what have you, so yeah. It won't be, we're not taking anyone else's waste because it's just going to be our waste. So it's not.
So this one, I've retitled it as a placeholder for now for major disruptive events. In 24, it was basically COVID pandemics. We think we probably need to broaden it based on conversations with the SLT, just so that it covers a few more things, but doesn't cross into the natural hazards and events. We'll keep that one separate because that links back to the climate stuff.
Natural hazards focused around impact on land, or is it also?
I think it's both. I think it's both. Could you think about Dunedin? You know, South Dunedin is, parts of it is only 0.5 metre above sea level. And when you go to South Dunedin and you dig down 0.5 metre, you come to water. We have areas that are probably only 1 metre down and you come to water. So that needs to be thought about.
And also other things which are not, for example, there is a lot of stuff in the media in the last few days about bird flu, and that might be something that doesn't get captured in that next piece that's in the next bit. So I was just wanting to know what scope we do have for major disruptive events.
Yeah, so the examples I've got in here at the moment, and these are purely draft, pandemic or significant public health emergency, major cyber incident affecting council systems or critical infrastructure, noting that we unpack that further in the technology and innovation section. Significant civil emergency or national security event, and major economic or supply chain shock affecting council's operational or capital delivery capacity. But yeah, once again, these are draft. We'll unpack them further and decide what that scope looks like and then how we quantify it in the financial forecast.
I guess the thing that I always struggle here with, Steph, is, so we're making these assumptions, is the clear link to what we're doing in our plan. That's what's missing for me.
Yep.
Probably the step between that is, particularly this one. This one should be linked to our risk strategy, because
My point is, we used to have a reserve for this one and the previous one. We used to have a reserve for, flood events or whatever you call them, emergency management. We don't have that anymore. So if we're coming along here and saying we could have a major cyber attack, what are we putting something in our plan or in our budget to pay for that? Are we assuming that one's going to happen in 10 years, or that's the link that's missing for me? Yep, we've said it might happen, but we actually haven't allowed any money for it.
did we really have a reserve?
No, we don't anymore. I know, I get that.
Even then, did we really have a reserve?
No, we didn't. No, I know. But my point is, if we're going to say we may have something that majorly affects how council operates, if that's going to come at extra cost or whatever it is, we should be reflecting that extra cost in a budget while being careful that it is a budget and not a target.
So my thinking of that is it's actually about your headroom.
Yeah, I was going to say, your headroom.
For your borrowing.
Yeah, and so...
The headroom is what is that cost.
And so maybe that's what would be good to have in these assumptions, is what is our action? And so our action is we maintain our headroom through our financial strategy, or our action is we allow an extra 10% on the cost of capital delivery because, I feel like we're missing what is it we're actually doing because we've had this assumption.
Yep, and I would probably say in the financial environment we're going into, it's probably more prudent to have an assumption that you will borrow if needed, rather than build into a budget and then rate for that budget. Yeah.
happy with that, but I feel like we should reflect that in the assumption
Totally.
that our response to this assumption is we maintain a headroom so we can borrow if needed, or we've got that 250 cap in our financial policy where we can go to 280 if we need to, and like that's our response to this assumption.
Yeah, and that will link directly to your financial strategy too, because these are obviously quite intertwined with the financial strategy and, yeah, longer term view.
I feel like that response is missing.
Yep,
Yeah.
for sure, agree.
It's required for audit anyway, auditing of the document. And you can have as many as assumptions as you like, but you need to have a response to it. So it must be part of the audit process.
Yeah, so the assumptions are probably what audit look most closely at. Yep, to say, okay, well, you've said that this is high risk, high uncertainty. You should absolutely have provision somewhere or show how you are going to be able to respond to that. Yep.
But does this become an appendix to the plan? Because there's 60 pages here without.
No, it's in the LTP.
Oh,
The assumptions are in the LTP. They're an LTP requirement. Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, going back to Councillor Thomas's point though, you know, bird flu, foot and mouth, those kind of things, it would probably pay to think through what that could mean for council, land value, ability to pay rates, I don't know, and think about, well, do we need to think about what our response to that would be, or do we just wing it, Councillor Bird?
On to that, Michelle, there will be, for many of these things, there's an immediate sort of response, and then there is the recovery, and that I want to make sure that we account for the recovery. So that's not that immediate. So some of those things that you're talking about, I think, is that how do we get through the recovery part of that?
If we're running around thinking there's going to be genuinely major disruptive events regularly, then perhaps we should take the advice of the famous farm accountant Peter Alexander, who always recommended a cash sitting there ready for it if they're going to be that eventful and that, you know, a regular occurrence. Or are we just having bad dreams here?
In the absence of the CFO, we do have cash available sitting in banks right now, and generally always do have. It is a requirement from audit as well, they check it. So yeah, that in addition to debt headroom is prudent. So this is the other one, natural hazards and emergency events, which ties
Sorry,
into
just on
obviously-
that, one of the things that the new guy from LGFA talked about with the PIF fund for New Plymouth is that actually part of that was having the ability, because it's more liquid obviously than a fixed asset. So they had that ability to go into that money if there was a significant disaster. I think you'd be looking at along the lines of the cyclones in Gisborne and that sort of stuff, but if there was a significant requirement for funds.
Cool, so I think we've kind of covered a bit.
I think there needs to be a mention and an assumption that central government plays a part, because if we don't assume that, I mean, this reads like it's on us, but actually, I think our assumption has to be that central government's going to be coming to the fore somewhere or somehow, so we need to think that through. That line.
I mean, history dictates that they do, but the rhetoric that's come out recently, especially from this government, is that they do want to see councils putting a lot more effort and resource and vision into understanding what these things are and how they're going to contribute, I think.
I'm sure we need to be prudent here, but history will tell you that central government do come up. Like at the end of the day, if it's that big an issue, they will. But we also need to do our part, which is what you're doing now. So, but I'd have that central government part in there as well.
So technology and innovation. I don't know. Oh, yes, here. Good job.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so the assumption is that technology will continue to improve and develop at a fast pace. We're definitely seeing that. We've got AIs in everything, and you would have seen with the States and Claude Mythos, I think it was called, and Claude Fable. They've both been pulled off the shelf after 3 or 4 days of being released because of the ability for that system to compromise other systems, basically. So keeping ahead of technology advances at the speed that they're changing is a real challenge. So that's definitely a safe assumption. The other one is, of course, quantum computing. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. So, yeah. The cyber risk associated with that, we're keeping up as much as we can, so that that's being followed, but there's so much change happening in that area, it is a high risk.
So again, do we build that into our budget, or do we just go, man, we've got headroom, so that's our response?
I think if you're talking about like a cyber breach, that would be more of a disaster. But the ongoing, just keeping it secure, what the implications might be is that there's an increase in cybersecurity costs to make sure that we've got the latest tools that are being developed, protecting our data. So that's probably more the implication.
Can I add a wee thought to that too? I think it's also about looking at the forecast costs and thinking, okay, if we're likely to get more people in on some of the AI tools, say year 2 or 3, depending on the information strategy, what does that look like in licence costs? What do we need to make sure we've got provision for? Is it hardware? Is it access to good quality internet? Is it, more Starlinks so that should anything happen, staff can still access what they need to access? So it's looking more, I guess, holistically at technology and innovation as a whole, and also how our services are delivered too. So how do the community access our services through technology and innovation advances, and making sure we've got provision for that if we put it in our assumption.
So we've got a draft digital strategy or IT strategy or whatever we called it.
Yes.
We need to ensure that what we put in our long-term plan reflects that strategy.
Yes, I've linked through to our existing LTP where it lines up with the community outcomes and the LTP pillars. But obviously as we move forward in the new one, we will repeat that process and make sure it stays relevant.
And also in the workflow and cost structure program too, as we understand better not what services we do but how we do them, it should be able to identify what processes can be automated and how we free up time for staff to potentially look at more strategic work streams rather than doing what I call the busy work, which, can create a lot of efficiencies across a lot of services. But we need the systems and the tech to support that too.
One of the things that I think we miss with technology innovation, and I'm thinking out loud here, so bear with me. Yeah, it's dangerous. So I'm always intrigued about our data management and our ability to actually code data and maintain data in really good formats, because I stand back and go, okay, AI is actually going to be using our data to inform us, and if our data is crap, AI is going to give us crap information.
It's that classic saying, garbage in, garbage out. Yes, you're very right. Yeah. So it's critically important to maintain the integrity of our data. Yeah.
And I'm not convinced it's 100% there yet.
Oh, it's definitely not. No, historical data, we know for a fact, is not in a great state. So as new systems have been brought in and we're able to ensure that there's standards to be met, the data's in a pretty good state. But not all systems have gone through that process, and not all the historical data's gone through and been cleansed.
How do we ensure that our data's not in silos? Going forward, so that's all integrated. So I had this classic example I was telling some people before about how I got a notice from another council to say I needed to change my building warrant of fitness thing, and wanted all of this information that they must have had when they got the sale of the property and started sending us rates. So how do we make sure that all of these new things that we're doing going forward are not siloed and are integrated?
That's a really good point. And to that, part of our strategy has always been looking at a holistic approach to the services and systems that we have, which is why we are trying to consolidate as much as we can, so that the systems are talking to each other, and specifically looking at that user experience to make sure that you're not having to enter in data that, for example, like you said, that we should already know. Yeah.
My first question, I think it was, but how do we ensure we've got the right budget for this? Because it's, one thing to go, yep, we agree to that plan, but we're not going to give you any money to implement it. And I guess that's the challenge for us. It's not a question for you, but a challenge for us.
Would it be fair to say, disasters aside, looking at your infrastructure strategy and ordering the rest the other week, and we're only talking, let's say 3 years. I know it's a 10-year plan. We're only talking 3 years. You as an expert in that field and where you are going, you probably could safely say, this is where we're heading over the next few years, and this is what we expect to get out of it. This is what it could do to us. This is what it could do for us. And you could probably fairly cost that to budget.
Yeah, barring unusual events, yes, I think, and I'm pretty sure that we have.
So having said that, though, we have already seen the accelerated state of AI and what's happening. If you look at, we're doing right by the data we have at the moment, but to keep pace with what's out there that could cause a disaster, we need to be seen to be doing that. If you look at the example of Manage My Health and what happened to them with that loss of data, and when they analysed it, they've massive fines, the whole 9 yards. So keeping pace with that, even in the next 3 years, is pretty hard to know and understand.
It is. It's the great unknown, and I guess it's the speed of change, I guess, is what we're talking about. Because the change is so fast, keeping up with it, it's a challenge, and hence why I really haven't got a choice but to keep up with it. And so it is partnering with those vendors and so forth that are leading that way in that area, and I believe that's what we are doing, and then staying up to date, staying current with the changes as they happen, so that we have the best data we can make those decisions with.
Justin, do we have an understanding of how much extra investment is going to be required in cyber security over the next 10 years?
10 years too far out. No,
too far
I think
out?
Scotty's dead right with. I can't predict out 10 years. No, 3 years is a stretch. So we're in a fairly healthy state, because I've been paranoid about cybersecurity for a long time, which is just a safe way to be in general. I'm conservative in that method. So we're in not a bad state. And I intend to keep us there. And so we're in talks and with the leading edge vendors in this area to make sure that we stay up to speed and up to date with what's happening. And we look at like Manage My Health and the other breaches to say, where did they go wrong? How can we make sure that doesn't happen to us? So, yeah, if there is a big change in costs, obviously I'll come forward with a paper and we'll talk about it and you guys get to make the decision. But, you know, in my budget, I allow for a significant amount in terms of maintaining our cybersecurity. So if there is a big change in that, I would just come forward and put forward a paper to you guys.
I'm going to do what Michelle did earlier. So we've got the stuff on the right that sort of tells us what the assumption potentially might need to cover, but we actually, are we going through another process of saying, here is the assumptions? Because those assumptions are not assumptions, they're actually statements.
Yes, this
So
is just
how do we get to that point?
this is the direction.
I mean, is the assumption of status quo for the next 3 years?
This is the direction of travel conversation, and then we unpack the detail in the Strategic Planning Committee as per the development and decision timeline. Okay. Cool, so resource availability. We do have, well, we are expecting the Bill report to come out on fuel, which is supposed to have two I guess, models within it. One will be a short-term recovery, one will be a longer-term recovery. So we'll just see how that plays out and review the report when we get it. Obviously, that is an ongoing concern because as a council, to deliver our services, we do use quite a lot of fuel, and it also impacts how the district can run too. Roading materials like bitumen, that seems to have a flare-up quite consistently and then sort of simmer down a wee bit and then rinse and repeat. So that'll be another one, and yeah, I'll just be taking guidance from subject matter experts and activity managers on what resource constraints they have, and any, I guess, insider sector knowledge that they have to help inform this assumption and any uncertainties. Any questions on that one? Cool, now we're on to the financial section, so hopefully you'll hear less from me, who is more suitably qualified to discuss. Okay. So inflation, there's been a lot of talk, I think, in the 24 LTP and probably the one prior and probably the one prior to that, that we're not totally thrilled with the bill assumptions that we use, but they are audit approved. Almost everyone in the sector uses them, and they come at no additional cost to our membership costs. So for this LTP, we are suggesting that we keep them. Another benefit to keeping them will be that amalgamation with other councils who will likely also be using them becomes a lot easier because your assumptions underpinning your LTP are the same. So yeah.
How accurate have the Bill's assumptions been in previous years? I mean, within what amount and what actually otherwise is available, and what is the cost difference given the inaccuracy of what they provide and what that costs us in productivity and efficiency?
Yeah, I haven't done specific analysis. I don't think they're massively off, but
It's a tricky
they're just
question.
not perfect.
We covered it in our committee meeting that you obviously don't attend, so that's okay. Yeah, and we did talk about it because I had exactly the same question. I'm going, why do we use them if we know they're not right? But then came back to what Steph's just said. No extra cost to use them, everybody else uses them, audit will tick them off. And given the workload in this building and other buildings, where are we going to find the time and the resource to go and find out something different?
So there is nothing else available that does the same job?
Well, you'd have to be, it has to be auditable.
Yeah, you'd have to go to someone like PwC, which would not come cheap. Yeah. They do a great job, just like to preface this in case anyone from PwC is watching, but they do come at a cost.
We get pockets of significant cost increase, which would be well beyond rural. But what we've been tending to do is offset it by pulling back on something. So that's probably the missing link, is actually our overall costs are down, but that's not a factor of inflation, it's actually a factor of pulling costs down and efficiency, or just going without. So there is some work needed there, but we don't necessarily have that resource to actually get into that sort of detail. Yeah, it's tricky. At some point you just about get to a point where you can't cover it, so it's going to have to be thought about. This assumption on interest rates, we've got 4.8 to 6.2. I think for us we should stay conservative and keep it at the higher end, and hopefully come in lower. Because you just never know what's around the corner. Like currently the Treasury is looking at lifting, but when they do that, who knows? And I think we need to be on the higher side to give yourself that buffer.
I agree. I think this is the one that probably spurred my materiality question, because this will have a massive materiality effect. If we're going 1% sensitivity is 3.5 million, that's a 3.5% rate rise. If we're only allowed 4, that's kind of all of our rate rise. And so I actually think this one, the uncertainty is high rather than moderate. And I agree with the CE. I'd rather keep this at the slightly higher rate, although, you know, getting informed by Bancorp, because we will have a lot of fixed, you know, a proportion of fixed. But this one concerns me all the time.
I guess I'll lead with this one. So return on investments, we had the assumption on what our returns on our actual money would do, and then also the TDHL dividend as well. I know that they are forecasting based on early conversations about paying a slightly higher dividend. There's obviously the complexity with the Alpine sale too. What does that look like? What impact does that have? So yeah, this one, we can probably do the money side one pretty easy with information from the bank, but yeah, the TDHL dividend one, we may need to just push pause on quantifying that for now.
But our overall return is lower than that. So effectively, there does need to be a bit more analysis done on the amount of money we have invested in various assets and whether we should actually be going forward and getting rid of them.
Isn't a substantial part of this the interest we receive from TDHL? And my understanding was that doesn't always cover our cost of funds. And so I would have thought if that's 80% of this, 5.4 to 5.7 is possibly too high.
Yeah, we're way under that with TDHL overall. And that's why
I thought
I've been
that was the bulk
away
of
at
this
for 3 years now, saying, actually, they're not good investments.
And then my other question on this one, the forestry return assumptions, will that come through in the activity management plan?
Yes, so that should come through in there, yep. No more on that one. We'll move to funding sources. So the biggest change that I know about will be what I spoke about earlier, which is within the life of the plan. If it is a 10-year plan, there will be the move from financial contributions to development levies. There's also obviously the rates and revenue review, potentially a decision around consulting on a move from land value to capital value, potentially slightly different differentials. This one is a little bit tricky timing-wise, which we'll talk about later on this afternoon with the engagement and consultation and fitting in with when we need to get financial strategy to audit. We can unpack that a bit more later. So yeah, keen to hear anyone's thoughts on this one. It's very draft.
Just didn't quite understand the impact of a rating review on our long-term plan, because the amount of rates we receive will remain constant. It's just the, distribution of who pays. So I was struggling to understand why that might affect our long-term plan.
Simply because the assumption will be if that rates and revenue review isn't complete at that time, what is the uncertainty around it? Is it high, medium or low risk? What sources of information are we going to pull on? And also, like you say, the burden of the rate take, how is that distributed? So it links back a lot to your revenue and financing policy, but is there any significant decisions still outstanding within that work stream that could potentially affect the LTP financial forecasts? Yep.
Sure, there's no magic bullet for funding sources, I don't believe, because, you move from financial contributions to development levies. Sure, you may receive more development levies, but that'll have an impact on the developers and on the potential cost of those sections that are developed. So we're going to have to think that one through. You're right on the rates. The rates quantum will be the same, but it's who pays. And what we've been working on mainly is trying to make sure our fees and charges are covering the costs of those services. And I think we're starting to get some traction on those. So there's no magic bullet here.
Bring the costs within policy. The costs within policy.
So this one's more about, I guess, stating or giving certainty to the funding sources we know are going to continue, and any changes that could result in any significant or material effects on the community or council's ability to deliver a service.
And we need to do some work on our post-water entity, because we know our covenants for our loans are going to be affected.
Cool, and this one, which is challenging every single LTP cycle, because generally we set the LTP and then the government policy statement and the funding comes out about 3 months later, and sometimes, more often than not, it doesn't line up. Susie did have some really great news for us this year that we'll actually be getting some sector guidance from NZTA, which will help build the assumptions with a little bit more clarity. Noting that that could also be, I guess, impacted by central government elections. But, yeah, seems like the funding chat is going to be a little bit more evidenced this time, which would be great if that comes to fruition. At the moment, we've got the placeholder in there of what we had for 24-34, which is 30 to 40% is generally funded, noting that 30 to 40% reflects what we submit as the program and they fund 51% of the approved program, which then relates to 30 to 40% of the whole program that was actually submitted. So yeah, it's easier in a diagram, I promise. Credit availability, I'll let the Chief Executive talk to that one.
I think the best thing that we could try and do is try and lift that AA minus credit rating. And when I look at some councils around us who have better credit ratings, I don't understand why we're not the same as the others. So maybe we've got to do a bit of work there. But otherwise, it's stock standard, really. We all know about the rating base. We're going through that process. I think there was a paper coming to council on the landfills, and I actually think we need to do some work strategically on landfills to actually make sure we all know exactly what we're doing there and what we've got. And that's more or less filling that one.
Yeah, because do we know, and this relates back to a previous conversation, do we have closed landfills in a coastal environment that are probably more higher risk and need to be, like how do we prioritise sorting out these closed landfills, or is there a need to, and have we got another rangatata sitting in the Harari or all of those kind of things?
It would be good to have an update, because a lot of that work was done under Nicole, and supposedly it's all done, but we never got an update on, because there's 40 in total, I think, isn't there? So it would be good for the new council to have an update.
Yeah, there is a register of all the closed landfills, because we look quite carefully at this to make sure we do have sufficient provision and that we have done the right things during the annual report time. Yeah. So yeah, it is quite a sticking point for audit, and there is a list somewhere. Not sure where.
We just got to make sure that some of them aren't ours. So make sure that that register reflects that.
I'll just preface this with, this is absolutely not my wheelhouse. I'm not a subject matter on emissions trading schemes. Councillor Pye knows enough to probably have this conversation.
I think and we talked about this at the last committee meeting, is to ensure that our activity management plan for our forestry and this and the landfill, and they're all interlinked. I guess that's the main thing. Yeah.
So for what's changing in 2737, these are the three categories that I have identified just in informal conversations. They're absolutely draft and can be changed, adapted, deleted, or other things added.
I think we've been doing a good job at actually. There's one that's not here, and that's your consultancy costs. We've actually done a good job at trying to minimise those. But when you look at those, they're really expensive. So when you're using consultants, you've really got to be on point of why have you got a consultant? And do we have something wrong in our mix of staff that needs to be thought through all the way through? Insurance is constantly a problem, but that's typical. And fuel and energy is, well, we know about fuel, and that rattles through everything. And the more you look at it, when that fuel is going through everything, it doesn't ever seem to come back. The pure fuel does, but everything else that's connected to it doesn't seem to be able to come back.
So, if we know that fuel and electricity are volatile, do we then, because what I'd kind of like to see is go, well, actually, they're a big part of our costs, or are they not, for a start? And then what are we going to do about it? Because just going, well, we'll just keep putting it up. When are we going to go, actually, we want to put electric cars and solar panels in, and I'm talking about from a cost basis. There's other benefits of doing it as well, but when does that, are we going to look at some of those things in this long-term plan, or are we just going to keep going along going, yep, electricity's going up?
One section we've got in the activity management plan template is like an opportunity section. So it's, okay, if we were to do something slightly different, what would that look like? And there is a placeholder in there for anything climate related. So, if we're using gas, if we move to solar, what would that look like? Yeah. So yeah, there is opportunities for activity managers to identify those potentially slightly different operating models.
When I was talking about fuel, I was talking more about bitumen, pipes. They're all fuel. They're part of the ingredients to make those things, and they're just going up and they don't seem to come back.
Can an organisation like this fund its own insurance rather than having cash going out to an insurance company? Have we got the oomph to do that and the ability to take on the risk? Millions of dollars going out.
I don't know.
We've had a workshop or a strategy, or we've talked about it. We have, because I used to ask that question a lot, even around vehicles. Like, why don't we just self-insure our vehicles? And so there has been some work done on it.
But who?
And I think the answer was, it's okay if you don't have a major in the first couple of years. If you have a major in the first couple of years, your history.
Just need to see where that landed, because we did go through that process and we did look at vehicles in particular, and if we hadn't over the last year insured them, we would have lost. So
who did the analysis? Was the insurance brokers?
Oh, I don't remember. Was it?
Yeah, probably. I reckon it was in an audit and risk committee workshop. I think that we did it. Yeah. And just vehicles, it was also roading and major events and things like that. Yeah.
I think this 100% delivery is, I think, misconstrued. So we've still got a long way to go in terms of maturity of our timing of our capital plans. And I still believe that our capital plans are a stitch in time of, we're going to do this, so therefore this will cost, $5 million, and that $5 million goes into their plan, rather than actually going, the plan is going to cost $5 million, but it's actually over 2 financial years, and we still haven't got the maturity. So for the next, and actually for the LTP, we've got to do better in terms of that planning, because at the moment this annual plan we've got, to me, is 118 million, and I don't think we'll deliver that because it's. The optioneering hasn't been done, the business cases haven't been done, So there's quite a bit of work yet to be done here. I do believe you've got to put 100% of your cost in, which is different to actually delivering 100% in that one financial year.
When I struggle to understand, so when someone puts up, say, Water puts up 20 capital program projects, and surely in it, they go, I'll need $500,000 for concept design and whatever, and then the next financial year we'll deliver it, and then it's going to take 14 months, so then I'll need some in that third year. Do they not? Why not? So
We do a little bit. We have done that with the cemetery and the
no,
dog
but we're
pound.
not now, though.
Yeah.
Are we getting
dog
it wrong?
pound's 400,000 been dumped into one
But I thought
financial
we
year.
had
We didn't even know where we
50,000
were
in
going
the
to put
last year
it.
for the planning.
We didn't even know where we were going to put it.
Pete.
Just got to get some maturity, and we're getting that. Yeah.
So this is another one that we have put suggest remove, because with any luck, we will have the doors open and shows happening by the time we adopt LTP 27. So this one in the bin. I'll defer to the Chief Executive for this one too.
The assumption should be that we are following our accounting policy. Unless we change the accounting policy between now and the LTP.
So now we're moving on to just a quick overview of financial strategy. Obviously, the Strategic Planning Committee are pretty well across what we're up to with this, and then also we'll do a quick recap on infrastructure strategy, which the Development and Growth Committee are pretty well across. So we have coverage across those two committees in this room, which is great. So what the financial strategy must do: set out the big picture factors, state quantified limits, specify policy on securities and the investment objectives. This is very much up on the balcony, this section of the LTP. It's not down in detail and in weeds. It's very high level, but everything must give effect to the financial strategy, and the financial strategy must talk to all the information that sits underneath it. And it needs to link with the infrastructure strategy too. So what are the biggest changes that we've got? All water, wastewater, I've put stormwater, but it should say and potentially stormwater, are moving out, and the rates are capped at 4%. That's the assumption we're proceeding with at the moment. So the System Improvements Bill will change the structure of the financial forecasts that feed into the financial strategy due to the groups of activities. So the limits we talked about in the Strategic Planning Committee, the key change was average rates increase in 24-34 LTP was 7%. We're going to build the model based on a 4% increase being the maximum. Rolling over with keeping the net debt to total revenue at 250% or 2.5 ratio. And the rest are the prudence regulations, so they're the benchmarks. They're not the ones we decide, they are set by, financial and prudence regulations, something. So we don't get to choose those ones.
Probably a question for the CEO. I asked this question in the committee, and I'm sorry, I still don't get it. But we've got total revenue up there, we've got rates revenue, and we've got revenue. And the figure I don't understand is the debt servicing being less than 10% of revenue, when our interest to total revenue is less than 20%, and interest rates revenue is less than 30%. Is that because the definition of revenue is different to total revenue and rates revenue? Or I just don't understand how you can be under 10% but interest be under 20%. Doesn't make sense to me, or am I missing something?
Yeah, I'll send you, well, I can send them to everyone, the actual prudence disclosures in the annual report, because that's got the descriptions of how they're worked out and what the revenue versus total revenue means. Yeah.
We may have to go pull it back from less than equal to 250%, depending on what it looks like now that we don't have water.
Correct, and we need to understand what's legislative, what's a requirement of LTFA, and what we have discretion on.
Sorry, say it again.
What we have
Yeah.
discretion on, yeah.
Yeah.
So that is the plan at this stage. We got the initial endorsement from the committee to basically build the initial financial model with these limits, take water out, see what that looks like, and then readjust as necessary and refine it as we move towards 16 November.
And one of the things that it shouldn't affect our decision on stormwater, that may affect these, but it shouldn't be the reason not to send it to the water entity.
Sorry, from my understanding is the requirement, because they sort of duplicate a little bit, but is it partly to do with your Standard & Poor's or credit analysis? Is that what it's tied to, having requiring the 30, the 20 and the 10? Okay. Yeah, which will by default link.
The biggest thing I don't if debt servicing is interest and repayment of loans, I don't understand how you can be under 10% of revenue, yet your interest is under 20. So you're kind of saying you can be at 18 here, but over there you have to be under 10. This is what I don't understand, or am I not understanding the definition of debt servicing?
I think we need either the finance manager or the CFO to explain it, because I'll get it wrong. So these are basically just trying to delineate between the limits that we put in our plan, then become the benchmark for our financial strategy and our financial reporting, whereas the fixed threshold benchmarks we're required to put them in the financial strategy under the legislation at the rates that they set. I'll let Mr. Trainer speak to this one.
Didn't know I was doing that, mine. What do you want me to speak to? So, you can see in the first one, the LTP, current LTP year 3 projection was 364 million. We are behind on our capital, so therefore you got 298. And then you go to the right-hand side forecast capital spend in 26-27 is 118 versus 75 in the LTP 3 years. Again, that is a function of the capital being behind, particularly the theatre, museum and stadium. And when you bring those forward into year 3, you go up to 118. So it's actually timing issues. All of this is timing issues.
There's a difference as well. So it looks like we're underspending the capital by about 20 mil.
Correct.
And is that because we haven't done stuff, or we've got a better deal?
Timing.
It's still timing?
That's your timing around your big ones. Your Claremont, your theatre and your stadium.
So Claremont is going to go into the second year of
Yep.
the LTP. Okay, yeah, right.
The middle one though, forecast finance cost 26-27, 11.9, approximately 8.5 below LTP year 3. Now that's a function of two things. Less borrowing and also better interest rates that we've been receiving. So again, we were probably too conservative with the rates and also the timing. So that's fine.
Okay, infrastructure strategy. So we'll make this quick because I'm sure that everyone is ready for another wee break and some food. So I'm just going to do a very quick overview for those not in the Development and Growth Committee. Scope of the decision and then the subsequent decision, legislative context and status of asset management plans and where they're at. So what the infrastructure strategy must do: identify the big issues, respond to growth or decline in demand, costs and key decisions, renewals and replacement, health, environment and resilience, and state the assumptions on asset life cycles, which then feed back into our significant forecasting assumptions for the LTP whole. Covers 30 years. So the initial scope decision for infrastructure strategy for this LTP was to stick with roading and footpaths and waste management, knowing that our 3 waters, water supply, wastewater and stormwater, would all be moving to some form of a water services strategy or water LTP. The next day, as we all know, we got a proactive release which changed the mandatory groups, which then changes the scope of the infrastructure strategy. Based on the examples that were included in those groups of activities in the proactive release, for this council, it relates to our parks activity and also all of our vertical buildings, including library, cultural, like art gallery, swimming pools, stadium, theatre. Yeah, so they all sit under the community and recreational facilities, noting that there is a draft title for the group of activities. It may change as more information comes from government. Our deadline for this, like the financial strategy, is still 16th of November. It's going to be tight, and with the reform environment, we will likely need to update the strategies as more information and detail become available early next year. But those 2 strategies will help inform high-level conversations with the community towards the end of this year, which will be great for a bit of context. So yep, this is our new scope. The 4 grey boxes underneath, they are the other 4 groups in the proposed regulated groups of activities. At this stage, none of those activities in this council have significant asset holding that would require them to be included in the infrastructure strategy.
Sorry, say which ones? Trying to keep up with this.
The 4 grey ones, so we don't have any significant asset holdings in adaptation and emergency management, public regulatory, governance, planning and reporting, and other. Most of our assets sit in those top 4 groups, which is why that is now the scope of the infrastructure strategy.
So this building's not counted. It's not one of the...
That's in community and recreation facility.
This building?
Yep.
Surely this building's part of governance, planning and reporting or public regulatory services.
Not the way the asset management plans are set up for property at this stage. So a quick update on asset management plans and where they're at. So water supply, wastewater and stormwater, I just had word from Andrew Lester this morning that they have engaged on the joint asset management plans for Mackenzie District Council now to move into the water entity, so that's great progress. Roading, no concerns there, just waiting on the updated population and growth projections. Same with waste management, with a few more investigations or assessments of some of their assets underway. And parks and property doing their first edition AMPs, noting that property is split into 2. So the key dependency at this stage...
What does IIMM mean?
International Infrastructure Management Manual.
There you go, team. You're all thinking there.
We can't, it's digital now. We've moved into the digital age. So yeah, the key dependency for the infrastructure strategy at this point in time is the first edition parks and property AMPs, identification of significant assets and making sure that we capture those as a first priority. And then, yeah, they will be a work in progress. The first one is always the hardest, and the improvement plan is always quite significant in your asset management plan. And then the growth projections from rationale, another key dependency. Cool, and now we are 12:06, so...
Sorry, Steph, just going back to that because you're going quite fast.
Yep.
Just with that infrastructure strategy, I see there's quite a bit of work to do in those new areas. So, and I think it says there in the audit deadline 16th of November. So I know you've got a really comprehensive plan. So is everyone on target? I know you said in progress, first edition, but it's July next week. And I presume they'll come to Michelle's committee. Well, how are we going to see those?
Yeah, so the asset management plans we've got feeding into Councillor Shannon's committee as the first point of call, because that's like the evidence-based sort of committee, making sure that there is sufficient data in them or that we've prioritised the right bits. Then they will flow up and through activity management planning, which will then come into strategic planning committee. And then we need to figure out how we're going to, it'll probably be in a council workshop where we get the infrastructure strategy that's being developed through Scotty's committee and the financial strategy that's being developed through Michelle's committee, and then making sure they knit together in a council workshop prior to 16 November.
So we for the parks and property, our key person left, so that's created a bit of a vacuum. So we've used her salary to bring in WAR's consultancy to actually help us give this a decent nudge.
I was just going to say, to your question, Councillor Scott, we don't have really much on the agenda for the next strategic planning committee, so we're thinking we're going to turn that into a workshop, and I suggested to Steph that we bring a draft activity management plan to that as an example. So around that committee we can go, that's great, or actually we were expecting to see this, or just so we understand how that information flows through into the long-term plan before everyone goes and starts creating them off the same template and we go, not what we were looking for.
From memory, the last time they were all developed quite differently.
We
Yeah,
do
it's
have
getting
a,
those complete.
we've created we've created a activity plan, is that what we're calling it? Template. So that's been done and you're getting it populated by one, are we?
Yeah, so originally I was going to use my always willing participant Aaron as the test dummy, but looking at how his activity is now spread across those proposed groups, his is probably the worst one to try and figure out. So we're probably going to go to someone in regulatory, like animal control, something that's really easily ring-fenced. Well, we could do pools too. There's no reason why we can't do two, one with capital and one without. Yeah, so yeah, that's the plan.
Even if they're not complete, just for us to understand the template and
To how it flows.
Yeah, and make sure that it's got everything that we're looking for. in it.
Yeah, we went through that again on Thursday with SLT and figured out some bits were almost duplicating. So yeah, we're still tweaking things as we go through it, and then I imagine as we start to put an activity in, it'll probably tweak even further.
Because, dog control's great, but it's 100% user pays, whereas, and we might do both, and whereas the pools has got rates and you can look at how that dimension works.
Yep.
In mine, it was more that, which you've explained, Steph, the opportunities and the what would you do differently, and as opposed to just this is how we've always done it and this is what we'll put in our plan for the next 10 years is probably not what I want to see.
Any other questions on any of this? Cool. Everyone happy with, say, half an hour? Yep, sounds. We'll say back at 1:45.
Okay, so this final session for today, we're talking about engagement and consultation. There's various levels of this. Because the LTP is a sort of an all-of-council process, a lot of the engagements we do outside of the formal LTP process also feed into it. A big one's the resident survey results, which you can derive a lot of good information from, and they're sort of statistically relevant and done in a professional manner, so they're actually quite useful and shouldn't really be overlooked. The expected engagement and decision over Head Start pathway will also produce quite a lot of insight. While it won't be immediately relevant to this LTP, it will sort of clarify your thinking about what the future looks like, depending on what the government makes us do as far as the expected window for the LTP is. And then the rates and revenue review as well will give you pretty strong feedback on what the basis for your rating and those affordability limits that are coming out of your community. So those are things you can keep in mind for future. We've also got a lot of consultation coming up for the rest of 2026. Gambling policy, the SCP, that's a legislative one that we've got to do. So we're planning on doing that hopefully this week, going to the 31st of July and a hearing on the 25th of August council meeting, decision in September. The Head Start consultation will be short and sharp from the 6th of July to the 24th of July with the hearing and decision on the 31st of July. Rates and revenues, TBC. The big option for you to sort of not make a decision on, but give us some indication of your feeling about it today is a long-term plan pre-consultation. Those have been useful in the past in major reset points where you've been going back to basics and then going out in the community and asking for that sort of blue sky thinking stuff. It can come with a shopping list of things that the community wants you to do. So has its drawbacks in that. So if you're looking to sort of not expand functions, but can rationalise down to the core stuff, going out for a pre-consultation, asking what people's sort of hopes and dreams for the district can sometimes be dangerous. But if there are things that are specifically in your head that think you are missing that community input for, it can be useful at an early stage. One thing you can test through this process is if the sort of vision and values that you as a council have come up with through that process sort of chime with people as well. But we'll go through that in a bit. As I said, this is probably a challenging time to be doing a long-term plan because there are some serious reform decisions that are still unknowns at the moment. As we discussed, simplifying local government, Head Start. Once we've got through that initial in-principle approval, that's when the work actually starts, we would say. It goes from being a sort of 5 to 10 page high-level proposal to trying to work out a structural plan to bring X number of organisations together. That final proposal will be confirmed in May 2027. And from that point on, we would be in working parties and transition committees and various things like that to go ahead. For 2028, LGSI amendment bill, so that's the simplifying systems improvement bill. So that's the one that Steph has been waiting for and worrying about. That will probably change the format of the LTP, but hopefully it would standardise it, so it would be a help when we go into the simplifying local government and Head Start process that effectively all our documents are very, very standardised now and very easy to compare as we go in. And then RM reform, so replacement legislations in development, and the new legislation should be early August. All these things are expected to have an effect on the LTP. So back to that question about what you think you need to know before making LTP decisions. So there's 3 questions here. You're on the ground a lot more than officers are, so we shouldn't take the lead on this, but where do you think there are areas where you feel you're lacking a clear read on community views? Is there a sort of gap, and is there a sort of burning question you think that hasn't been asked to this point? Groups you feel are underrepresented, and what ideas or concepts should be tested with community first before we go back to them with the standard special consultative procedure stuff, or do you think we're good to go for a formal consultation next year? Over to you.
no visibility or on that age group between 18 and sort of 35, because we think that Facebook's our only means of communications, and that's 40 to 55-year-olds. And so then I would question whether 70 plus are being informed as well. So we need to really think about how we're engaging with that 18 to 35 age group. Facebook is not it. Chats are 13-year-olds, but yeah.
On a similar vein, if you think about the older demographic, and I'm generalistic here, but remind me, Philip, do you get the Timaru Courier or the Ashburton Courier or both in Geraldine? Both, okay. Because courier advertising, and is it district-wide or not?
Confusingly, the Geraldine News goes into the Ashburton Courier as well. We do, for things as critical as this or as important as this, we do tend to put it in the Geraldine News as well. But again, that's probably hitting a demographic that you think we're still missing in action with.
One of those challenges, I know, when you're talking about that 18 to 35 demographic and that Facebook is not it, I think Facebook actually absolutely is it. But the problem is the algorithms, which that's what we would post, they don't see because it doesn't fall within their interest. And the people I know in that age group, they are all on Facebook, but that stuff will never land on their page. So how do you get around that? They're also in many cases the same people that do get the courier, never read the courier. Some do, but a lot of them don't. The stuff that lands in the courier, because we know that it lands in the courier, and effectively everybody gets it. Why are those who are getting it not reading it? Does it need a one-off, I don't know the costs and what have you, but wraparound, for example?
We've traditionally used the courier because it's really, really cheap compared to sending everyone a flyer, because we just pay for a full-page advert effectively, and it's, well, the amount probably shouldn't say, but it's not a lot of money. I would say it's probably as effective as if you got a flyer from the council, as far as people read it. But it's that bang for buck thing that it would cost sort of in the realms of sort of tens of thousands of dollars to do a flyer versus it's a couple of $1,000s to do quite a large, significant document within there. And we also do Instagram as well, just to broaden our social media a wee bit. But yeah, no, it's a difficult one, and the thing is, we do get good engagement when it's something that people want to engage with. I mean, we did a very low key consultation on whether we should move the South Canterbury public holiday a few years ago, and we got absolutely thousands of responses. So I mean, it's yeah. If you've got, I mean, as our friends down south are finding out, if you've got some contentious issues, people will get engaged with it. You can't take sort of complacency as assent to any degree, but people will tend to get in touch with you if they have a strong feelings about something. I mean, say the current. I mean, compare the current annual plan with the current Alpine consultations. We used exactly the same methods and techniques to reach the audience there. We've got nearly 80 submissions on Alpine, and we got, I think, 2 or 3 on 5. Sorry, yep, 5 on the annual plan. So I mean, if it's a topic people are interested in, they will engage it. If it's not, they will just look over it.
Looking back on consultations, where we've, oh sorry Pete, annual plan is it's a bit of a rollout, it's been nothing, but where we have had the most is when we've had theatres and we've had those sorts of things. So maybe, yeah, I mean, there's going to be lots that come out of this yet that we have to consider because we're looking across the entire portfolio. So there might be some grunty stuff that does come up. One thing I'd just like to comment on the consultation overall. I think and I appreciate you try and do it on the smell of an oily rag, but it's actually the one time when in the 3-year period that we're communicating with the public, that actually we need to spend some money on it, and I think probably needs better budget, so we can, do every avenue from the Herald to the Courier to video to, at the appropriate level to engagement, and then there's the direct engagements, up at outside the stadium and the theatre and whatever else, and just cover all bases.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Last time we did the markets, and I think we need to do all that kind of stuff again. We had really good conversations with people at those.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do think we missed a few opportunities with the last one, going to slightly more underrepresented groups within the communities. Getting a little bit more creative about going to people rather than saying, hey, we're here, come and see. It'd be quite cool to get a little bit more creative this time.
A lot of that we will push back on you as a council group, saying here are all the opportunities, stick your name against one, and that's probably where, because we're happy to make it as sort of big or small as you like. That's for the formal consultation next year. The view of whether you want to do pre-consultation or not is probably one to sort of get an initial view on around the table.
Maybe I don't have a fixed view, but maybe let's wait to see what rolls out. And if there's some grunty things that we need to give more focus and time to, then maybe we do some pre-consultation on a couple of items. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like in September, when the government either tackle or cross the proposed plan, that'll be I think that will be a topic that'll be very interesting out there. If you can, we need to do something there and maybe tag something to it. But I'd expect there'll be a lot of community interest in September, early October when it comes through.
Another one that's not on the slide that I have just been informed of as a potential consultation is on stormwater. We may need to do some community consultation on that in order to be able to give effect to the decisions that need to be made around how that activity is delivered too.
Make sure you give your mum a heads up, Stace, because we need someone to turn up for that one.
I'll let Mum know.
I wonder if we want really good engagement and visibility, is we might pick something controversial but not the biggest thing we've got to talk about in that Christmas consultation. So
Like what?
Christmas lights, swimming pools, community halls, all of those really controversial topics that would signal to the whole community, hey, yes, we want to talk about this topic in particular, but we're going into a long-term plan process and there'll be lots of engagement along the way, and these are the other things about next year. I just think it might not be the biggest thing we've got to worry about, but it might be the most controversial that pulls a crowd.
It could be, though, also, I agree, I think that's great, but going back to your point, Graham, of it could be, the theme could be around designing your future, and what's important to you, and that you would hope is actually going to get some people out, what does democracy look like for you into the future?
And I think there will be formal, once the decision on whatever shape we come, we will have to formally consult under a special consultative procedure, which will be the full sort of bells and whistles thing. What we don't know is the interaction between, if they accept the Head Start proposal in August, what the wriggle room is after that point. I think it's more how you design the system around there, but we will have to consult the change with the public. There is a risk of consultation fatigue if we're asking everyone. So I would try and go to the community with meaningful questions rather than trying to wind them up.
Yeah. But I think those, I'm not saying they're not meaningful.
Yep.
I'm probably saying in the scheme of things, they're not the biggest issues we have to deal with, but they possibly are for the community,
People
for
do-
some parts of the community.
I'd say people undeniably care about. The good thing about Facebook is it has lots of demographics. Our actual demographic is reasonably okay for our followers. This is the scary bit of the internet where it knows far more about it than you wish it did. But again, yes, we are, like, young people just aren't showing up on the graph at all, basically.
I think the group we're missing is the silent majority that you never hear from.
Problem is they're silent.
But that's the problem, and how do you get their views?
There's, I'd say there are council comms staff the length and breadth of the country wishing they knew the answer to that, to be honest. It's always the challenge with council stuff, is that the majority of what we do is kind of boring, but necessary. And but you'll always hear a lot more about the kind of stuff that's at the edges of what we do. You'll never hear a great deal of feedback about the bulk of what councils do. It's all the stuff around the edge that people have very strong opinions on.
I think we've discussed this before, but I don't want to remember what the answer was. As we're moving towards all of these emailed rates and what have you, the ability to email direct for a survey, for example, where are we at with that?
We're still very short of people who've signed up for emails. We are working to sort of incentivise it, and hopefully through the authority upgrades, it will have the citizen portal, it will give people a lot more direct control over how they receive things, and even through the payable system, we'll begin to collect that information, but we still don't have a good push channel, we would say, to do it. And I mean, I think even when we've incentivised it in the past, things like 3 years of dog registration, that sort of thing, take-up's quite slow. So you either have to then move away from incentivising to disincentivising us sending bits of paper out. So that's the next step you take, but we need to have a real good technology stack that supports that.
But in terms of, you don't have all the email addresses you want yet, but I guarantee you've got thousands more than what we're already getting in terms of feedback. And I know for me, we're probably all the same, we get surveys all the time. Generally, the only ones that I will bother to do are ones that I know I can get through in one breath, sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Or 1 minute, one page, that sort of thing. Have we even tried that sort of thing? I just think it feels like it's worth doing if we have a direct link into people right now, if you're allowed to.
Our resident surveys are based on all the information that we have, and then we try and pull people in via social media and stuff like that. So they're based on random, demographic samplings of those groups. But yeah, no, we still, our data quality, to go back to Justin, isn't great. And it's sort of held a bit siloed at the moment, so there does need to be a process to tidy all this stuff up, to push it out.
Can I ask a couple of questions on that? You've got 19,716. Are they all individuals, or are they cliques?
They're individuals who follow
individuals.
the page.
So that means that we've managed to get 40% of our people connected there.
But we're followed by people outside the district.
Yep.
There's still 40.
Good. I have a figure for that, actually. Hold on, I'll scroll down. Our top cities are Timaru.
And the
Timaru,
blokes don't want to know.
10% from Christchurch, and then Timaru City, Temuka, Geraldine, Gleneaty, Ashburton, Pleasant Point, Auckland, Dunedin. Sort of Auckland's 2%. Dunedin's 1%. So, and we have 3.9% of our followers are from Australia. Some of them will be Russian bots and things like that as well. I mean, there's we don't use these as gospel because there's a lot of noise in there, but the majority of the people following are from the district. Whether they get served our content on a regular basis as well is all the mystery of the algorithm, which is what Scott was suggesting. Yeah, about 15%, not 15, 20.
Do Instagram as well. When you set up Facebook, you do both anyway, because, yeah. You don't have to, but I mean, if you're going to get for that other, a better demographic, you would definitely do that. And in terms of that, Facebook can be quite, one-dimensional, but Instagram can be a bit more and what have you. Like, have we got the people in the background who are, pretty snazzy at doing all that sort of thing? I mean, like some of these followers out there these days and everything, and the apps that you can do and use and all that sort of thing.
The people in the background are the people in the background at the moment. We've got the comms team handling that, who have a good demographic spread.
So you two need to become like influencers.
Yeah, there's only. I mean, we try our best, but there's only so cool the content a council can do. We're always going to be still about the roads and pipes and dogs and swimming pools people. And some of it, I mean, we try and keep it as light as possible, and occasionally we do just put silly stuff on there to wind people up just to get engagement. But it varies. But again, we're essential, but not always the most exciting organisation. And the processes that things like special consultative procedures make us use are slightly unwieldy by design, because they are about quality of submission rather than just numbers. This sort of follows on from this. So our engagement approaches, you obviously think we are missing a trick in some manner. Are there things you think we should be doing that we're not doing at the moment? Do you feel our mix of in-person stuff to online stuff to Facebook Lives to various other channels is not hitting the mark in some manner? And is there anything novel you'd quite like to do differently?
It's not novel, but and again, you've got to have people show up. But just the big community hall meetings, you're getting to far more people in one hit than, the drop-ins you might get, 10 people, would you kind of turn up and you have 10 conversations, which is good. But, you see, and I know they've had far more controversial things than us to talk about, but you see some neighbouring councils and they'll fill a hall.
Do you think, because if we called a town hall meeting versus a drop-in, do you think people would turn up? I don't know either, but yeah.
When was the last time we did one though? I don't know.
Well, we technically for water really, West End all turn up. So it's not that we haven't done them. I think in certain things, there's a high level of trust in all reality, but it's on those controversial things that you talk to that will fill a hall. And maybe we have to piggyback on the reform and, what does it mean for, the Geraldine Community Board and that sort of thing. I don't know.
We tried some hybrid approaches as well. So we did a sort of town hall meeting in here where we had, we were basically broadcasting on Facebook Live at the same time as offering people could come in. We got about 3 people in the room, but we got lots of people watching online. So I think our approach to be available in an easy manner puts a bit of resistance for people actually to get up and come in, and especially if it's cold night.
And just, I guess my plea is, can we have those dates like as soon as possible rather than, I don't care if they're a year out, because that's what I find is when they're short turnaround, availability is a challenge.
Yeah.
Well, I always find the community, in the farming community, it's you give them too much notice, it's too far away, they forget about it, and if you don't give them enough, it's sometimes that short notice is easier because they think from week to week.
One other thing we did last time that didn't, through the actual trying to get in front of groups, we sort of emailed, and we weren't getting the responses from the secretaries because they, just not as engaged with email as others might be. But we all know people on those groups, so I think when that comes to the time, we need to reach out and talk to them directly to say, actually, we want to get in front of the Geraldine Lions and the Rotary and the. But it needs to be a phone call. Yeah.
I was just thinking that after September, once the proposed amalgamation plan has got its tick, that I'm sure the community would be pretty keen to come to meetings, in person, when they're given the opportunity to talk about what structure they see sits under in that amalgamation with regard to maintaining a local voice, because that's one that comes up from time to time, is they want to know just how that's going to work. I think that would fill up a couple of small halls around the town or around the district. I think that's something you'd want to make sure that they get an input into that, because I'm sure they would like it.
Come to your hall, and do you want to keep your hall?
Yeah. Oh, that'll get them there too, so we'll get a good crowd.
Yeah, and we do need some thinking just so we can help facilitate that conversation. And we need to do that probably in the next wee while.
Without sounding negative or pessimistic about it, I just think we're flogging a dead horse. I really do. When it comes to consultation, I know there are certain things that we have to do, and I get that. But the only way that people are going to turn up is if it's controversial. Otherwise, they're just not going to show up. It's all very, very good to be optimistic about filling small halls, but sorry, I've been here now 4 years, and all the consultations that I've been to have been just about pitiful. I think there was one pre-election one, I think, at the West End Hall last year, which was quite well attended. Pre-election one that I think you were at, Nigel? Yeah. I'll show rounds one. The farmers one was good when it was run by, was it Federated Farmers that put that one on? I think if it's another group that's putting it on and bringing their members in, then you've got like a captive audience straight away. It just, walking into a dead room with no one in it is, I think. Yes, that was huge. Yeah, but again, it was controversial. So,
So is it not, it's obviously not controversial this time. That's interesting, isn't it? Because we just haven't had the same engagement 7-8 years on.
Sorry, Rachel. Just taking the town hall or community hall thing. What about just organising a couple of sort of meet-ups, stand-ups in some of the pubs, and I'm just trying to think how to get a different audience. That's the thing, because I think that if you maybe not so much community halls, I don't know, but Facebook, the Courier, going to Rotary, you're sort of talking to the same people, I think, a lot. And how could we do that and then just picking up the controversial things? I know that there was a meeting about the Theatre Royal that attracted a lot of people, basically. So, yeah, and that was because people were, wanted to sort of show, their view, basically. So, yeah. So if they do, I'm just saying that the community can spring up and organise something. Nobody's done anything for Alpine this time.
No.
They did last time, didn't they? There was a public meeting, wasn't there?
No, I think they were more us.
Oh, was it? Okay, yeah.
The other thing you shouldn't overestimate is actually just the engagement you get from you being you walking around. If you go to places where people are, so shows, I know Stu spent a lot of time up at Arangi Stadium around about the time 2 or 3 LTPs ago, around that time. So actually just going out and getting informal feedback from the community is really useful as well, whether it's on aisle 6 of Woolworths or at a show or down the pub or anything like that. You can bring all your sort of lived experiences into the email or web form.
That first one that I was involved in, and most of you weren't here for that, but the climate change one down at the Eco Centre, that sort of thing, got great numbers having a chat, you know, so that informal stuff. I think the pub idea is not a bad one at all, and I'll certainly be the first to volunteer myself to, let's get on the pub list. Maybe one pub a night.
Just maybe just expanding on that idea though, Chris, I watch the League Lounge with Sean Johnson, and he brings up some controversial issues on that. But what they do is they just have a really small studio audience of invited people who sort of make a bit of buzz and a bit of noise in the background while he's interviewing people, like on a couch situation, to get the issues out there. Is that something maybe that we could explore? I mean, because those Facebook Live ones that we did were reasonably okay, weren't they? I think the numbers were okay on that.
Yeah, they were good fun.
Yeah. I'm used to interrupting, but I know it's. I'm trying to be polite, but I've been waiting a little while now. The basic principle of communications, which engagement is part of it, is it's a bit of matchmaking. So you need to think about what the issue is, who is going to be affected by it, or who might want to actually engage with us about that, and then how do we best reach them. So there is no one magic bullet of if we do this type of engagement, we'll attract people. It's about what the issue is, and then who are the people, and then we figure out how it is best to engage with those people. Like Nigel said, going to the Eco Centre about climate change. Well, that's a really good example of the people that are interested in the climate change are more likely to go to the Eco Centre than they are to go to a hall somewhere. So for us, we really need to know from you what your priorities are for engagement, as Steph and Stephen have shown that there is quite a lot that might be coming up. So I suppose we need to decide what intensity or what level of engagement we want to undertake for each of those. And then we adjust our engagement activity to that. I mean, we've got Jess Hurst, who works with a lot of our communities that are refugees or our elderly groups they're not the mainstream, so we can certainly go to a lot of people. We are working on getting more email addresses through, but as Stephen said, it's very siloed at the moment. But for example, dog registration's coming up, and we're going to be asking them if they'll provide their email addresses so we can send that to them next year. But I also want to put in something by a note saying, by giving us your email address, you'll be accepting other correspondence from Timaru District Council, because we don't have that at the moment. So it is building databases as well. So, but mostly it's a matchmaking exercise. What is it that is important for us to get feedback on, and who do we think those people are that are going to give us informed and I was going to say passionate, but informed, and they actually do care about the feedback rather than it being just wanting to tell the council what we're doing wrong the whole time. And there are ways of activating the silent minority, but a lot of it is resource heavy and is about us going to where they are. So that's my little speech for right now.
So Rachel, if they are the core principles for communication, what do you think we should do? You're the expert. What are we doing wrong? Or what do you think we need to be doing? 'Cause
I don't think that we're doing anything wrong necessarily. Well, so I think it's about deciding which of these whether it's consultation, engagement or information, because there's different types of engagement. So what purpose is it? Is it, legislative consultation, or is it just to inform people, or is it to get their opinions in a non-formal way or a non-binding way? So those are the first things, and then decide which of these topics are the ones that have the highest priority because of that fatigue aspect. As we all know, we all get deaf to being to advertising and being asked to do things. And then we also need to look at budget and resource for the ones that we think need more oomph put to them. So it can be somewhat paint by numbers. It's just about deciding.
It's just we need to come up with some issues, don't we? I mean, some opportunities.
Opportunities, Nigel. Definitely opportunities.
Priorities, yeah.
Does that make sense, Stacey? I mean, it's a
process, but I'm trying to get out of you as the expert where you think we should put our energies into, and is that in person? Is it digital? Is it whatever? I'm struggling to understand. You think we're going wrong because our engagement is low?
Well, it is difficult when you want to engage with everybody. Sometimes you have to decide who you're going to target of our everybody. It's much easier to define, okay, using the stadium, for example, the sports people who use the stadium, so it's easier for us to find those people. We still want as many people outside of those groups, but you work from the inside out. So who are your stakeholders? And then the next layer out from that, might be the users, then it's the schools, and then outside that it might be just actual communities. I mean, we've got Geraldine and Temuka, and so those are strong communities. But again, it depends on what the issue is first. So doing that one blanket thing is always going to be tricky. It has to be a little bit targeted so people feel like you're talking to them individually, not just a billboard talking to everybody.
And it's one limitation that we have with that our audience is so wide that actually targeting any of them, because we have to try and listen to everyone. We can sort of slightly juice our engagement by targeting people who are interested in specific things, and that's where we have come to in the past, but we still have that obligation to listen to everyone, so we do have to put that general stuff out as well.
I think OJ was onto it a wee bit there. So if you pick this environment, for instance, and then you bespoke the audience, so you get your usual protagonists, the ones who they're going to be controversial, you get some young people, and you get some people who will support. You have councillors available as part of the panel, and you have someone who knows what they're doing in the middle to control it, ask the questions, close it down when it needs to be, giving everyone an opportunity, and it creates some controversy, the whole 9 yards. It's live, and then it's also recorded and then just pumped out there. The young ones are going to share it. Everyone, us, are going to share it, and everything like those. You've got to create. You're almost creating the controversy because you're going to get the people here.
Creating some razzmatazz. It's what you need to create. Well, it's what people expect now. They don't want to see boring, staid meetings online. Or some people do. My apologies.
And that's...
But, you know, some people want to watch that sort of stuff and have got time to watch it. Other people haven't. They just want a short 60-second bite or a 90-second bite that just gives them the detail that they want. And like you say, Pete, it can be shared or whatever. Excuse me.
When you go to Google, community include a diverse mix of digital platforms, face-to-face outreach and participatory decision-making. Councils see the highest success when they go where the people are rather than always expecting residents to come to the official chambers. And face-to-face engagements, pop-up sessions, conversation cafes, community workshops and hui, and you go to them. Digital and hybrid channels, online consultation hubs, social media outreach, hybrid public meetings, and then participatory and targeted approaches, advisory groups, partnering with tanga whenua, and participatory budgeting. I didn't go through all of those, but
You stopped when it got to budgeting.
I said participatory budgeting, whatever that means.
Not a comms expert, just preface this. One, I guess, underutilised army I think we should probably utilise this time was our community boards. Get them educated early on what the key issues are specific to their community as we find them out, bring them on the journey. They have great reach within their communities. You're only an army of 10. We've got another 16, I think, off the top of my head, that we probably didn't bring along the journey early enough last time, so I think it would be great to get them in, whether that's, you know, updates going to their community board meetings, or whether we invites to community board members to perhaps the committee meetings as well as council meetings. I think it would be great to get them in this time.
And I missed the last paragraph. This is Google. If you tell me what specific project or issue your council is currently looking at, I can help you tailor the most effective engagement plan for their demographic. There you go. Google's onto it.
So you've just...
Didn't it just say what I said?
The Chief Executive has just discovered AI.
I just want to make sure that I've answered Stacey's question properly. Talking about where are we going wrong, I'm thinking you're asking if we're not using the right channels, like because Facebook isn't the cover-all. That's for our day-to-day. And we've got the career and things, but when it's specific issue based, then we go outside of that as well as using our day-to-day tools. So, and a lot of people aren't interested, unfortunately. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It means they have quite a lot of trust in the decisions that you're making.
Is there anyone out there doing it, doing amazing jobs at the moment? Or is it issue-based again?
It's always, as I said, you get a group of council comms people in the pub and the question is always the same. It's how do we increase the level of engagement? How do we get to communities that don't usually engage with council stuff? No one's got a committed answer yet. There's all sorts of tools you can use. Councillor Jackson came up with, noted that, say, Ashburton have a really nice front for how they do consultations, and that's just a sort of off-the-shelf system you buy. So there are ways you can try and make it easier, but there's not really a magic bullet. And I would suggest we're all taking different shots at the same problem, but I don't think anyone's completely nailed it as yet, except when there's some level of contention, and then everyone will suddenly be extremely engaged. Yeah, I'm sure we can come up with something that will get
some engagement, because we're looking through, going back to the earlier point around community halls and those sorts of things, maybe it's social housing, under reform, etc. Do we keep social housing? Do we got to have that discussion yet through this year? But or do you put it into a trust or something? You would imagine that's going to get some pretty good engagement with the right, population. There again, a little bit targeted. However, that's something that we probably should have a decent look at. So, yeah. And the other thing that I just wanted to note is this is for me something that is the most important. It's your one big opportunity to engage with community. You do have, elected members have to be all in for it and commit to it. And, there's been varying degrees of commitment over the years, but it is something that you do need to jump on board with. And there was I remember back to my first one as a councillor actually, that sort, once we sort out the issues, that sort of almost portfolio, someone leading a certain issue. I think the way we've probably, we're all a bit more comfortable with video, and we can probably, be a little bit better. I know last time we would have done some video across all councillors, wouldn't we? But we could probably, I know most people tune out after about a minute and a half, but, there's maybe an opportunity to do slightly bigger snippets on, to get into the issue, and maybe that feeds into then, the session in here that people are watching some debate. I don't know.
I think you've still got Damon's pink suit, last time round. That was certainly photo worthy. But yeah, no, we're happy to take anything you want to do, whether it's reasonable, ridiculous, or whatever. We'll help you. We'll thoroughly encourage you to do it, and we'll facilitate where we can.
What about a sort of a panel session, so that you're advertising, like maybe it happens every week for over a period of 6 weeks or something, and then you're looking at different topics on each of those panel sessions, and you actually bring in some experts to have a conversation, and maybe you have a particular councillor who's got a strength in that area on that panel as well, with a totally bipartisan sort of person fronting it, if you know what I mean. So that it doesn't look like it's loaded up just for council, but it gives a chance to get some of the topics out there. And if you give people enough lead in and a bit of repetition about it, you might get a bit more engagement that way, perhaps. Again, it's that razzmatazz thing. And you said about people like stop tuning in after a minute. Well, it's actually 3 seconds. It's where the drop-off starts. So if you don't engage them within the first 3 or 4 seconds, you've lost them, so.
I apologise to you.
I think yours was about 6.
We'll have an open theatre hopefully by then, so if you wanted to do some real razzmatazz, you could do sort of LTP the musical or something.
We could have the great LTP debate, and an idea could be to actually have a couple of different sessions with that, so you could go on as a roadshow and have 1 or 2 or 3 councillors for each one, sort of thing, so that those different ones could be focused on particular topics rather than, but more just general. So you pick something out of the LTP. I think could probably work, and then don't try and make it in the theatre as much as I think that's a great idea, Stephen, because you pick up on Ojo's idea and you just have a live audience and stream it or podcast it or whatever I think you would get more interaction. I don't know. I do think that digital savvy people out there, give them something that they can, a 20-minute hit, they might do that while they're walking the dog or, don't know.
This may sound terrible. But our next LTP is going to be pretty boring. Well, it's about renewals and debt reduction, because all the big stuff's nearly done.
the next LTP is a chance for our council to sort of rebuild some trust with the community, because I think there's a lot of, there's a lot of people don't have much trust in the council. So boring is okay, as long as we use Rachel's techniques of, delivering it really well, so that it doesn't, helps them on that journey of rebuilding that trust. That's my view, yeah.
Go, Graham.
Get in. By geez, some of you are hard. Actually, I like the Ashburton system up there with their microphones and that, and the way they have the buzzers on, and it's just I thought it was great. Just before I say a little what I was going to say, I just want to thank Councillor Jackson for his voice. One of the things I find so frustrating here is that I can't hear a lot of people speaking when we're given these to work with. Now, I had to spend most of my remuneration on some hearing aids, which was a difficult decision for me, because the first sign of ageing for me is having hearing aids. So I did. I had to go and spend that money, $8,500 in February, so that I could hear people. And I've got good ones. Like, you don't spend $8,500 on earphones and get cheap ones. I still struggle to hear some people, and it would be really appreciative if we could use these for what they're for, because one of the things I'm keen on learning. Even at my age, I want to learn. The only way I can learn is if I hear the wisdom that's in this room, and I miss it from time to time. So I just want to say thanks, OJ. Your voice is great. If I was going to get anyone to put razzmatazz into a long-term plan presentation, you are my man. Now, now I just want to say what I was going to say, but I just had to get it off my chest, because I've been sitting here thinking, I just can't hear some of this at times. What I'm going to say was, I'm lucky, because I'm an older person, that I don't have a full-time job. And one of the things I love doing is I love going into town and I meet with people. And I meet with coffee groups, and some of them are up to 20 people. And that you can do that. Anyone can do some of that. Like, I can do a bit more than most of you, I acknowledge, because I don't have a full-time job. But it's amazing what you can generate just in small groups. Excuse me. If I was talking to 20, they're going to go home. I don't do the talking, I do the asking the questions, because I want to learn from them what they're thinking. But even inside that, I might have passed a few comments that they go home, they think about, and they talk to their family or they talk to their neighbour. So a lot can spread off a small group, because people love you coming and listening to them. I learnt once the most important subject to people is themselves and their thoughts. So if you're prepared to go and listen, you learn a lot, but it gives them an opportunity to get off their chest some of the ideas that they might be carrying or the frustrations they might have. So I just want to close off by saying I love meeting people, and I believe one of the roles that I was given as a councillor was to go to the people, because it's the people we represent. And so I make no apologies for the fact I'll never stop doing it. And as my wife said, your coffee account has gone up by 5-fold. But I don't mind, because it allows me to meet the people. So I just want to say that's something I love doing, and we can all do a wee bit of that. But OJ, you're the MC.
Thanks, Graham. I'll just remind people, Sennheiser microphones are actually one of the best microphones in the world, but they are designed to be spoken in this zone here. Sitting back here with your hand there trying to talk into a microphone does not work. Just saying.
May I?
Because we can't hear you.
May I ask a question, please? Look, that was just a test, actually. No, one of the things that we didn't discuss just now, and I just want to know where we stand as far as incentives are concerned in terms of filling out a survey and giving back feedback. Because if it costs X amount of money for targeting these people, X amount going in the Herald, you probably don't need to spend a heck of a lot in terms of an incentive or a prize or whatever to encourage people to respond to something.
I think when we were talking about incentivising, it was more, sorry, I'm paranoid now. It was more to get them to sign up to receive things online, because we get a direct benefit of that because we're not paying money to move bits of paper around the country. I'd have to check. There's probably some obscure local government rule about us not being able to, knowing the way things work. But no, I mean, it's not a bad idea. I know it's a no-no around elections because it counts as treating, but for standard council practices, it could have a sausage sizzle and exchange feedback for sausages or something.
I think we've got the very first consultation, which is rates and revenue review, and that's the one that we really got to think hard about. How do you actually get people to actually input into that? Because that one's coming up very fast and we need to actually have it well planned, and it does need to be done well before the LTP, because otherwise you don't want to mix the two of them together. You actually need that one done so that it can inform the LTP. So effectively we should actually use what we're talking about as potentially our at first crack at seeing if we can do this differently. I would have argued the Head Start, but the Head Start is not, in my view, real consultation. It's more a conversation. There's more an engagement and a sharing of where we're at.
Agree.
Okay, so for the LTP process and looking at the schedule, I think it is feasible to do some pre-consultation or engagement mid-November to mid-December, because by then we'll have a little bit more certainty on where we're heading with Head Start. We'll have a pretty good idea of what some key issues or key opportunities may be based on the activity management plans. We'll have our financial and infrastructure strategies pretty well sorted by mid-November as well to meet the audit deadline. So if everyone's happy, we can put a placeholder in the schedule for mid-November to mid-December, and depending on what some of those key issues that are emerging look like, we could do some targeted consultation and just play that by ear, but at this stage keep a placeholder in the schedule for around that time, if everyone's happy with that. And for the formal consultation, in answer to Councillor Pye's question around timing, at this stage we're proceeding on the dates that are in the development timeline. Yeah, which is April to May.
I was probably meaning more specific dates on drop-in session here, this, there, but that's okay.
Hey, can I challenge that? Because I think your rates and review will be at a similar time. We need to firm up those dates first, I think. And the long-term plan pre-consultation, I'm not sure what we're going to be going out with in November. So we need to think that through.
That's why it's just a placeholder at this stage. Cool. It's all silent in the room. Any other questions before we wrap up for today? No? Cool. So the next full council workshop is on the 28th of July. We've got a rates and revenue, can't remember if it's morning or the afternoon, and then we'll do strategic direction in the opposite to that. So that will be a big day, and we'll see you all in a couple of weeks for committees, some workshops, some meetings.